My fellow Americans, in light of recent studies, I wanted to warn against the use of toasters in your bathtub or your shower. It's an incredibly dangerous thing to do. You can get electrocuted. They call it electrocuted. I call it zapped like you've never seen before. A shocking experience. You don't want to get zapped. That much I can tell you, especially if you're on the left. You people are fried enough as it is. We don't need it to get any worse. And electricity is no joke. I got along very well with, you may have heard of him, Benjamin Franklin. I called him Brilliant Ben. And he was flying a kite. And the lightning hit it. And he was getting electrocuted. He was getting zapped. And I grounded him. And if I wasn't there, it would have been a much different situation. But I grounded him, and we discovered electricity together. Brilliant Ben, tremendous guy. Got along very well with him. Along the same lines, we want to advise against licking your wall outlets, despite what Jiggly Belly Pritzker says. Your wall outlet is not a candy bar. Do not try to lick it. It doesn't taste very good, and you may pick up a shock, which we don't want you to do. We don't want you to get hurt. I know those on the left love and enjoy very much licking their windows. We ask that we don't apply the exact same thing to the wall outlets. It could get you very hurt. We want to keep America safe. We want to make America great. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass. Episode 137, All the World's a Stage, with special guest KELLEY Lane and Brian GAVIDIA, and a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. We are back, everyone. Welcome back to The Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass, and we've been off for a couple of weeks, kind of staying in the sidelines, staying in the shadows a bit, but popping up here and there. A little conversation we had, actually a pretty massive conversation we had on Truthwire the other day. We're actually going to talk a little bit about that. It was a Charlie Kirk discussion we had with Craig Pasta and Fiorella Isabel, which was about 2.5 hours long. We did on Charlie Kirk, but we're going to be diving into more Charlie Kirk later in the show today. We'll be bringing on friend of the show, KELLEY Lane, to continue that discussion. It's been interesting to be off because we said up front we needed a good 2 weeks to kind of take a breath, step back. If you guys watched some of our last live shows we did 2 weeks ago, happened to be right when the Charlie Kirk assassination occurred. And it was just an interesting timing because there was so much to look at there, like immediately out of the gate. And so we did our due diligence, we did our homework, and I think we ended the show pretty strong. It was within the 24 hours of him being assassinated. We did our final show. And like I said, we have been in the sidelines, but coming up, had a little one-on-one with Garland Nixon. You guys can go check that one out. We'll be back. I'll be back on with Garland, I believe tomorrow. We're going to lock in something tomorrow. So we keep the dialogue going on all these other streams as well. We have, we did a little Epstein discussion on RT. So you guys want to see that, we uploaded it to both channels. So we're just keeping the discussion going. But these shows, how we present to you guys, they run really long sometimes, 3 hours, 4 hours. We got a big one planned today. I told you guys we have KELLEY Lane coming on. We also have an LA local who's fighting against some ICE raids and some ICE stuff that's been happening here. You guys know we've been covering that very closely here in LA. So Brian GAVIDIA will be with us to tell us his story later on in the show. But so much to catch up on with you guys. But I just want to remind you, and you guys saw the opening. That was just a little fun, little AI about Trump, but it reminds you, and we can laugh sometimes. We do like to, not be serious all the time, but it reminds us that, yes, as Shakespeare once said, as the great playwright William Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage. I learned that line that he said that way back in high school, and I was thinking, oh, that's interesting, kind of a theater reference to actors on a stage, and we have this space where we can create and tell stories, and it's like the whole world is right here, and we're all on the stage. And you know what? That's not what he meant. He wasn't referring to actors on a stage in a literal theater, which I thought that's what he meant. No, he's talking about the world itself. The world itself is presented to us as theater, as storylines. That's what we have to come to realize, is that it's just us shuffling through the storylines. Sometimes they contradict each other. Sometimes they line up with exactly what we want them to be. They prey on our emotion. They prey on our reaction, because we get vulnerable when we want something. We kind of show our tendencies to kind of sway ourselves into a tribe of assurance, a tribe of letting us believe that we're part of something. We're always part of the good guy team, and we have to stop the bad guys. That's been ingrained in us. So that's what he means by all the world's a stage. And so here on this show, we want to help bring awareness to that, but not just that. It's not just discovering that that's important. It's how do we deal with that? What tools can we acquire in combating that? And one of the tools, the first tools we teach here on the show, as far as approaching the world in a non-tribal way, taking off those tribal glasses, that's the first step. Taking off those tribal glasses, and you can start looking at the world in a more honest way and use your critical thinking skills again, because that's what's been lost throughout all this. We have these skills. We've just forgot about them because they're not necessary. Those critical thinking skills aren't necessary when we're aligned with our tribes and we're told what to think when stories break. We actually have to check in with our tribal leaders to tell us the emotion that we're supposed to feel on a certain event day to day. And you notice people doing that when you're finally able not to do that. You can see other people doing that constantly. How are we supposed to feel about this? Let's see what our leaders think. What does the Democratic Party think about this? Oh, now I'm mad about this. Oh, wait, this is good news. Yay, I'm excited. Joy, joy, joy. Fear, fear, fear. Hope and change. Yay. Trump supporters, same thing. You bow down to your tribal leader. The hero worshiping is very apparent. We recognize that, like we had back in the Obama days, the hero worship. He can do no wrong. Our leader can do no wrong. Let's see what he thinks about it, and then we will mold our opinions to that. And that's just not the way we want to go about the world anymore. We want to use our own abilities, our own critical thinking skills. And it's okay if we don't line up with people from time to time, people that maybe we agree with on a lot of things. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to have your own opinion. And that's what we're going to work out here. And believe me, in this time we've been gone, there's been a lot of this going on from the same camps. And so we're going to talk more about this. What do we do when people we agree with, we start to disagree with? How do we approach that? How do we look at that? Are we in the business of we have to change minds, or are we in the business of going for understanding? That might be the real mission here, going for understanding. Once we get to that point, we'll understand people that disagree with us. We'll understand where they're coming from, and then we can unite on similar ideas, and we can fight the real people we need to fight, which is up there. It's the powerful against the people. It's a bottom-up movement. Let's get on board. You guys know the drill. Okay, let's get on with the show here. But first, just so you know, I know you guys are checking in with us on our different platforms we have. Rumble's been the thing the whole way. We really appreciate that. Rumble has not pulled our plug. So this is the Homeless Left on Rumble. Mostly, this has been kind of our main home base. But I'll tell you what, guys, our THL presents on YouTube, because we had to start a second channel. They terminated our first channel. They told us it was not suitable for the community. It made the community unsafe. Did you guys know that our conversations made the Google/YouTube community feel unsafe? So, well, I guess this new channel isn't, we haven't gotten the red flag on it just yet. So it seems to be working. We have been monetized. We're very unfortunate. So if you guys are on there right now, please help us out today. we have super chats set up now on YouTube. We also have Rumble rants available for you guys on the Rumble station. And then what we're going to be able to do is talk with you. We do a talking back segment. So we'll be doing that with you guys later in the show. And of course, if you're doing a Rumble rant or a super chat, you go to the front of the line. We cut you right to the front of the line. We're also on Twitter. I think the comments come right up here on StreamYard. So you guys can follow us on Homeless Left on X and my own Matt Weinglass on X. Please follow both of those because, this is how you guys stay in front of the stories. We get most of our information through Twitter and other journalists and other investigations, and we do our own investigations, and it's kind of a good place you guys can get the stories first and probably know what we're going to be covering before the show even starts because it's generally stuff that we see on our feed. So line up with that and follow the people we're following and all that stuff. And if you happen to be in LA or a part of my private Facebook account, we are streaming again on Facebook here in LA. We want to see how it goes, see if anybody in there, anybody around here feels curious or interested at all in what's actually been going on over the last few years, particularly since COVID. This is our space. We come from here in LA. We are in the THL studios here in LA, and we come from a point of view where we can tell you how this industry and this town has kind of crumbled over the last 5 years and how we're looking for our voice back. We're looking for our values and principles back, the principles of fighting against censorship, fighting against the war machine. Those are values that the left used to have. But that's why we call this show The Homeless Left, because we feel homeless from the left. You might feel homeless from somewhere else, and you're welcome into our space as well. You might be homeless from the right, from the up, from the down, from the upside down. It doesn't matter. Let's all be homeless together. And again, this is not tribal. This is community. So you are free to have your own ideals, your ideology, your own set of values and principles and beliefs, and you're still welcome in the space because you don't have to check boxes to get in here. And that's how a community should work. Not like a tribe, but a room of critical thinkers. Okay, with that said, let's start the show. We like to start Tuesdays off with a real fake news update. Let's do it. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're looking at the Netanyahu and Trump situation. He came yet again to the U.S. to meet with his partner in crime. But before that, before we get to the meeting and what came out of that, because you guys heard of the 20-point plan. It's been going around, the 20-point plan. But before that, I think it's important that we cover this part. This was Netanyahu before heading over here, yet again, he had a walkout occur on the floor of the UN. Let's watch what happened there and then how the mainstream decided to cover it. Here we go.
In the hall.
Silence dans la salle.
Призываю всех к порядку.
That is the walkout that happened. It was pretty remarkable. Let's see the actual people that did leave the room from many countries. And this was the latest count we had on the walkout, the official countries that did walk out. Hold on, let me grab this real quick. Here we go. That's the shot of the room after they left. There's Netanyahu, the war criminal, the crimes against humanity genocider, child killer, standing up there with as you guys can see, many blue seats, many blue seats with nobody in them. This is the official list that we know of that have walked out of that room. This is where we are. This is the sentiment of the globe right now. Every one of these countries said, F you, we don't want to have anything to do with this speech. This is great news. Obviously, it's not a shock. It's not a shock that the USA didn't walk out. Duh, we fund his entire operation. But let's look at a little clip of the speech he gave where he was pretending to talk to an entire room. You got to do a lot of acting when you get walked out on like that. You got to, and then this comes from a theater guy. Like if you don't have anybody in the seats, they tell you, you still have to pretend you got the people in the seat. You still got to pretend, right? And then we look out on these stages, we go, oh no, nobody came to see my play today. Oh, but hey, focus on the script, focus on the character. Well, he certainly did focus on the script, and he focused on the character, and he knew he had Western media outlets to back him up. So here's a clip of part of Netanyahu's performance.
Beepers, the pagers, we paged Hezbollah, and believe me, they got the message. And thousands of terrorists dropped to the ground.
What an amazing line. He just really hit that one out of the park, right? They got the message. Someone called that a threat. And of course, the close up on the Israel soldiers or whoever, these military guys, ambassador guys in the audience, which are the only group of people that you can even get a cluster together, are representing Israel. But of course, Fox News does what they always do. And they tweeted this clip out and said, new cheers erupt at the UN as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu recalls the country's pager operation against Hezbollah. He's not just recalling the pager operation. He's insinuating a threat. Remember those beepers, those pagers. We paged Hezbollah. In other words, you blew up their devices in their pants and you caused mass injury and death. And this was 2 civilians. We covered this. This was in Lebanon a few months back. So he's mocking it, laughing about it, and he's threatening it, insinuating that he'll do it again if people don't cooperate. The cheers came from his own people, and then Fox News decides to present to their audience that cheers erupted when there can't be any cheers when you have a theater that looks like this. And we wish that Fox was as honest, or at least half as honest, as a theater review would be for a local play that couldn't get anybody in attendance. And they're really nice sometimes. They can be really nice to local theater actors. They can say, oh, they did a great job, even though the audience was half full or a fourth full, or in this case, barely 10% full. So that's the kind of coverage that Netanyahu knows he's going to get. So he can fake his way the entire time. And yeah, that he knows he's got the backing. That's how it works. He gets the backing. Now, let's see what happens when Trump actually arrives in the U.S. and he meets with Benjamin Netanyahu, or Benjamin Netanyahu meets with Trump. And this is a nice little highlight of how our government works with the two of them. We know this script very well. But this is another indication that our foreign policy, our government, the way we run our foreign policy is done with religion first, which is actually completely against the Constitution, particularly the First Amendment. So this is a clip where Bibi, I can't even believe we call him that. It's Netanyahu or Satanyahu is telling us that it's because what's written in the Bible that we can justify murdering and killing people and punishing people who don't agree with the gospel, which again is all about protecting Israel as the chosen ones that can do whatever the hell they want.
October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse.
Wow. So again, this is, and you look at that audience. This is where he knows he's going to get a better audience. You got the little yarmulke hats on there in the bottom left. You guys see that? He knows he's going to get much better reception here. So he was fully looking forward to this opportunity. And now here's where the real scam comes into play, guys. Here's where the real scam. And this is where we have to hold our media really accountable at this point, because our media, as I know people like to say, oh, they really, especially CNN, they've really been on point covering Gaza and covering this conflict because it's so complicated. It's so complicated. They're giving Palestinians a chance to speak and then and talk about the journalists getting killed, and it really is upsetting. And I wish we just could have a two-state solution. Well, here again, this is where the media needs to do their job and step up and see. When you see a 20-point highlight like this, you got to ask questions. So these are the highlights from the 20-point plan, which Benjamin Netanyahu came here to get Trump to sign off on, which he was successful at doing. Here's some bullet points, and we're going to look at these and ask ourselves about the red flags in these bullet points. So, and let me take myself down from this one. So, here are the highlights. Gaza will be governed by a temporary technocrat government, and Israel will not annex the Strip. So basically, Israel will not continue to annihilate and murder Gazans temporarily while an outside entity comes in to run things. Okay, that doesn't sound very fair in the sense if you are in Palestine right now. Okay, so you won't be forced to leave, but the Strip will be rebuilt. You'll be pushed to leave. So that, it's called ethnic cleansing. That's always been in play. That's been in play the whole time. If the plan is accepted by both sides. Now, this is where it gets really sketchy. If the plan is accepted by both sides, the war will end immediately. What does that mean? Well, that means that you have to return all the hostages. Well, what are we talking about? There's like a handful that are even left, like 20. But Israel will also have to release a few. Oh, well, they're not called hostages, by the way. You guys can see that. Israel will release 250 life sentence prisoners. Well, that's not fair to call them prisoners because they never got a trial. They were locked up like any hostages. When you call them hostages, why are you calling them prisoners? And 1,700 who were detained, again, hostages, not detainees, hostages, after October 7th. So never mind the thousands that were detained before that. That's not of concern. And of course, Western media doesn't want you to know that was initially the reason why you would want to revolt against an occupying force that has illegally stolen, taken, and captured, and murdered, and tortured, and raped your friends and families for no reason, with no accountability for years and years. And that's why you get to October 7th. It's a breaking point, is what it actually is. Okay, so anything else in here? Well, the military operations will be suspended for complete staged withdrawal of Israeli forces. Well, this is so questionable that Israel would ever follow these bullet points at all. Then they're promising to Hamas if they surrender, they will get amnesty, and then shipped out to another country. Okay, so they have to basically say we're not in charge anymore, and we have to trust you that you're not going to kill us or do something bad to us if we quote unquote surrender from our mission to try and have an actual state, which you are not allowing us to have. And our mission is to have the same rights that any people are, the self-determination of any people should have these rights. So then we end with the regional international forces will provide security. So again, an outside entity giving, don't worry, we're going to bring it in from the outside. And then, of course, the U.S., i.e. Trump, will be the facilitator of dialogue. Well, notice that there's nobody standing on that stage representing the other side. So how can we buy? How can the audience, right? The eating popcorn, the eating popcorn audience, that's us, right? Because we're glued to the TV. This is the story they're telling us. And we're supposed to buy that Trump is going to mediate between two parties, but we only have one party standing on that stage. And it's the one party that has been condemned as an internationally as a killer, a child killer, a war criminal, and yet he's still welcome in our country, not in anywhere else in the world. There's 4 countries that would even have him in at this point. We know even Canada said they will arrest him if he comes there, which is pretty interesting. That's just one example. With that, let's look at how the Hill covered this. I know you guys, when we do real fake news, we tend to pick on CNN, Fox, MSNBC a lot of the time. You guys know the drill. That's the mainstream outlets that are owned by the same people. That's how it works. The same billionaire class, and they're the Zionist-controlled media. Well, what about outlets like The Hill? Well, we're going to focus on this one because we saw this morning, and I think Robbie Stove has not been an honest player in this. So let's look at how he responds and why this type of dialogue on media, quote unquote, independent media outlets are so dangerous. And spoiler alert, The Hill is also owned by the billionaire class. So there you go. But let's look at their coverage on how to assess what we're seeing in real time.
Would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas, but I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace.
Okay, so just right off the bat, what he's saying in that clip, and Robbie Stove's going to respond to this clip, so get ready for his horrible response. But right off the bat, you guys should notice that when he says if they don't cooperate, in other words, if they're not forced into this, because we're forcing them into this is not a negotiation, then I will greenlight Netanyahu to finish the job. That means kill every last one of them. That's what he is saying. There's no other way to infer of what he's talking about. He's saying if they don't take this deal, they're dead. Period. End of story.
And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do.
I mean, I simply don't know, but remain dubious of this proposition that Hamas is going to accept a deal in which they lose power, control over Gaza.
You got it right there, Robbie. That part you got right. It's dubious that they would accept a deal that doesn't give them anything. Yeah, you should also go a little further. Let's see if he goes further to connect the dots that the entire thing is a scam. Can we go that far, Robbie? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not holding my breath for this guy.
I wish that they would accept such a deal. That would be great. We need, I support a separate Palestinian state, government, etc., that is not run by Hamas. The Palestinian Authority, though they have many defects themselves, are certainly preferable, and that is the best case scenario. That seems fine by me. I'm glad President Trump is trying to arrive at this end. I'm glad Israel is on board for that. It was obviously correct of Netanyahu to apologize to Qatar for what happened there. It shouldn't have happened in the first place, but after it's done, what can you do but apologize and hopefully never do it again, although I certainly wouldn't put it past them. The point is we certainly need peace, but is Hamas going to agree to a peace that they lose control of Gaza? I don't foresee them really doing that. They seem to have a elaborate capacity for the destruction of their own people.
Here we go. Here's the propaganda. You got to get that in there, Robbie, don't you? That they just like the destruction. They love it. They love it because they've been using citizens as human shields, right, Robbie? That's been the reporting. That's been your honest take for the last 2 years. I get it. That's your assessment. Okay. But you are understanding that nobody would take a deal like this, right? And you understand that the reason you give a deal on the table like this is so they will reject it and then be looked at on the world stage by people like you and looked at as somebody who, hey, you had a chance to save your ass. Now we're going to annihilate you and we won't feel bad about it because you had a chance to take a shitty deal. So that's your honest take, Robbie. That's great. Listen, do you have anything else to add?
Wholesale slaughter of the innocent people of Gaza, they don't care. So if they didn't care before, I don't know why they'd care. They don't even care as many of their own members are wiped off the earth. So I don't understand their motivation to just cling to power at all costs. It's a motivation of a terrorist group. Not a state actor, because usually state actors eventually surrender to stave off total destruction or total destruction of their people. See Imperial Japan or whoever else, but that's not the case here.
Total dishonest journalism, not even journalism. That's complete propaganda. Don't fall for it. And he had said earlier in the clip, you guys heard right off the bat, he says, this should be, even though they're not getting any power, everybody wants a two-state solution. Well, no, they don't. And if you were an honest journalist, Robbie Stove, you would tell us and tell your viewers that Netanyahu does not want a two-state solution. He's very clear about that. You want to see him on Fox? Here's Fox. And then you're not going to believe what he says back in Israel in Hebrew. Check this out.
Trump has been an incredible ally of Israel, incredible friend. We've had no one like him. What he did in his first term in recognizing Jerusalem as our capital, moving the American embassy there, recognizing our sovereignty over the Golan Heights, getting out of the disastrous Iran deal, and then, of course, now joining us in the effort to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons by taking out some of these nuclear sites with us. I think it's great. I read somewhere this ridiculous, this ridiculous lie. President Trump does what he does because he decides what's in America's best interest. And I've said this often, I don't decide a thing for President Trump. He is the most independent leader, an amazing leader that I've seen in all my years, and I think many people in the world see that.
Does this sound familiar, guys? Sounds exactly the same, kind of overdoing it. Methinks that, to borrow another Shakespeare line, methinks thou doth protest too much, just like with Charlie Kirk. Ridiculous accusations that I control Trump. Ridiculous accusations that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They're just ridiculous. They're insane. And he just says those words over and over. Ridiculous, insane. And then he doubles down. He does it over and over and over again. No, we know he said this. Tucker Carlson reported he said this. Max Blumenthal reported he said this. We know he said this, that he controls Trump and the United States. We have footage even back in the 80s, in the 90s. He says he controls Bill Clinton. He does this over and over and over again. But it's according to him. And of course, these non-journalists on Fox News who are nodding their head along and saying, oh, yeah, no, you're right. That does sound ridiculous. That does sound crazy. Keep going, sir. Keep going.
So the idea that in any ways that I boast that I control him, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
It's a lie. And I never, not only did I not say it, I don't think it. I think America is blessed with a very strong and independent leader.
Not only did I not say it, I don't even think it. Could you imagine a defendant, a suspect in a murder case saying, I didn't kill my wife, and you know what, Your Honor, I want the jury to hear this too. It's ridiculous to think I did it. I don't even think about it. When I'm up at night, I promise you, it's never crossed my mind to stick a knife into my wife's effing chest. Ever. Never crossed my mind. I want everybody to know that. It's just ridiculous. Let's see what actually Bibi, my God, I'm sorry, Satan Yahoo. Let's see what he has to say in Hebrew, because that's when we really get the real Netanyahu comes through. Watch this, guys. Watch this. I'll have to, I think it's subtitled, so I'll turn down the Hebrew here. Check this out. This is what he really thinks about his successful trip to the U.S. and what he was able to accomplish with this total crap 20-point deal. It's an excellent visit beginning at the UN as well as the ending in Washington. This is my fourth visit to Washington since Trump took office. This is a historic visit. Instead of Hamas isolating us, we turned the tables and isolated Hamas. Ha ha! Now the entire world, including the Arab and Muslim world, is pressuring Hamas to accept the terms we set together with President Trump to release our hostages, both living and deceased, while the IDF remains in the most of the strip. Who would have believed this? After all, people constantly say you must accept Hamas's terms, get everyone out. The IDF should withdraw. Hamas can recover. And it can also rehabilitate the strip. No way that's not happening. On the contrary, and President Trump added that if Hamas refuses, he will give Israel full backing to complete the full annihilation of everybody. And that's what I think from every perspective. It was an excellent visit. And then he's asked, do you agree there should be a Palestinian state? Now, this is the key. This is the part that if journalism is missing this part, they're not journalists. He's telling you, he was just asked in Hebrew, sir, do you support the two-state solution? He's saying absolutely not. So what are we talking about? What have we been talking about? It's also not written in the agreement, but there is one thing we would say, that we would strongly oppose a Palestinian state. President Trump also said it. He said it. He understands it. Also, he said the UN would be a huge reward for terrorism and the danger to the state of Israel. And of course, we won't agree to it. There you go. That's the actual story. That's the actual story. Israel newspaper owned by the Adelson family. That's the $100 million given to Trump to get him on board with Iran tried to kill me, vote for me, Iran tried to kill me crap, which the Adelson family came up with that line after they handed him $100 million after the ear incident. They're telling their readers, don't worry, Netanyahu won't abide by the deal anyway. Yep, immediately after lying to Trump and the Western world's face in English that he would support the peace deal, Netanyahu told his people in Israel that there would be no peace and no withdrawal. This is humiliating for Trump and America. Well, I disagree, Adam Media, because it's not humiliating as long as you have people like Robbie Stove doing propaganda pieces for their viewers who think that they're independent and that they're doing an honest discussion on both sides. So no, it's not going to be embarrassing at all. And that's that. And then to tie this story up, guys, one final bow on the story. Remember back in February at Netanyahu's last visit, and we were talking about the pagers. We talked about the we showed that Hezbollah. We showed them good. This is an actual gift that was presented to Trump in February. I'm not kidding you. This is an actual gift that he received. It says in the middle, if you guys can see it, press with both hands. And it's a golden pager. Is it a joke? Is it a threat? You decide. But ask yourself, is he really ridiculous? Is it really ridiculous to think that Trump might be being controlled by Netanyahu and our entire U.S. government and policy, and every outlet, every single industry we have here might be compromised? Do you think it's that crazy of an idea? Well, that should do it for a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, moving on with the show. Guys, welcome. We love having you all here, and we're back to our normal two shows a week. Thank you so much. And I'm seeing guys in the comments, and we'll get to some of that. So we'll definitely be getting to you guys later in the show when we do some talking back. But for now, let's get to our first guest. We're very, very excited to have this conversation, because these conversations are so important, guys, especially because we've been out for 2 weeks, and we need to catch up on some stuff, especially the Charlie Kirk stuff, which is so important right now. So we're going to have that conversation right now. So let me give her a proper introduction. She's a co-host and producer of Candidates for Assange.org and an election security activist. Please welcome back to the show, Kelly Lane.
Hey, hello. Kelly. Hi. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
I should also have added, I really do most of my work behind the scenes. I worked on Randy Credico's Assange Countdown to Freedom for 4 years, and I still do some editing for him now for Live on the Fly, which is on WBAI in New York, but I usually create a little video version just to keep interest on YouTube whenever it's not pulled, that is, from YouTube. But no, thank you for having me. This conversation is so important. Well, I'll let you, why don't you tell me what you want? I've got a couple clips. I don't know if you want to play those. I also put segments of the Charlie Kirk letter that Netanyahu just released. Yes. So I put some of that in you can see it, I guess, in the
yes. We will get to the letter, because that's some new stuff that came out, and I would actually love to break that down with you. I'm going to start off by saying this. And I appreciate us having this discussion, because it comes on the heels of noticing that it feels like there's people not doing an honest job, or maybe a sloppy job, or maybe they're confused. I don't know what it is, but why are we not approaching the story like we do with everything else? Why are we not going down the path of journalism. It seems like, and people are saying that the person in front right now is Candace Owen. She's the only one that's asking the questions. And like, well, why is she only having, why is Candace Owen the one reporting this stuff? Why is no one else getting it? Well, because people know better. Who are they going to go to the FBI and give information to Kash Patel? No, they'll never see it again. They're going to people that they can trust. Hey, Candace, I have some information for you. So she's getting stuff first.
Hang on, I'm going to close this window.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
No worries.
Too
Actually,
much
yeah,
noise.
that's much better. That's much
Okay,
better.
good.
I'm gonna do this. This just so people, just to remind people, and we're gonna certainly get to the letters. But I remember when this a week ago, Candace was first to report on this, and I think this is very important. This is the security cam from a nearby Dairy Queen that was estimated to be 17 minutes of a drive away from the crime scene, and this is Tyler Robinson ordering some food. And the fact that this doesn't go on the register of Kash Patel and the FBI should tell you enough. Just this. There's so much other stuff. So much. One more just about Candace, because just today, she got communication with Tyler Robinson's family. And this was told to her from the family themselves. And this, again, these are the type of things that goes 100% against the narrative that we're being told to just put up and shut up about it. But this is what the family's actually saying.
The family says that the photo of the young man that is coming up the stairs, which was shared, that blurry image, is definitively not Tyler Robinson. And let me just say, I never thought it looked like him. Neither did you. Okay. Face looks different. Face looks more narrow. Also, that person looks taller. Every time I see, I'm like, this person is taller than Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson also appears to have full lips, even though this image is blurry. We're not looking for someone that got fuller lips, and Tyler Robinson looks broader than that individual walking, right? So I'm on board with that person walking up the stairs. It's not Tyler Robinson, because I feel like it was intentionally blurred. They also never gave us the footage at all, because in order to blur it, they probably needed a static image. Also, the family believes that, and this is really interesting, Tyler Robinson's apartment was staged after his arrest. Now, you will recall that I spoke to Lance's family. And one of the things that Lance's family said was, hey, we own that apartment. They pay rent to us. We've never met Tyler Robinson. But I can tell you that it seems like they were trying to hide the fact that this apartment got raided. And it's very strange that they immediately cleared Lance as a suspect. And I was told by other people in the department that they wanted to keep that raid very hush-hush. They didn't want anybody to know about the raid. There was no mention of this raid. And Lance immediately gets cleared as a suspect. Why? Well, according to Tyler's family, they went to that apartment after his arrest, and they felt the apartment was staged, and that intentionally in Tyler's room, a furry bed was placed, almost sort of implying that they're trying to transfer the attributes of Lance onto Tyler. And that's shady. But again, when I put together what I'm being told by Lance's family and what I'm hearing from the Robinson family through a third party, I will say that it matches. It kind of seems like they're agreeing. One family's going, hey, Lance is kind of evil. Why is he getting cleared? And the other one's going, Tyler's not this guy. Tyler is not this guy. So what the hell is going on, guys? What is actually going on right now?
So that to me looks like honest journalism. I think that it's okay that we want to maybe look at people's funding. We had this conversation. I had it on Truthwire with Fiorell and Craig about how we have to look at where outlets are getting their funding. I think it's a very, very honest question to ask. But I think the first and foremost question we need to ask is the information being presented. Can we challenge that information? Is there holes in what's being presented? Can we look at that information and then get an honest take on that? And then we can maybe secondarily we can go to the person, go, hey, well, where's this funding coming from? What But if we're trying to do an honest investigation, we should be looking at all this, and we shouldn't have things like this where Shadow of Ezra tweets out that Candace seems to be the only one that's questioning all, and none of his other closest friends. They're all staying silent. Why is this happening? What is going on here? She says she's the only one demanding answers, even though everyone else can see there's clearly holes in this narrative. So who's going to step up and talk about this stuff without like pretend like sweeping it all under the rug? So I'll pass it to you, Kelly. But I want to get in some of the other stuff as well. But this is my opening just concern is us in this space. Why are we attacking each other and not looking at the actual evidence that's coming into play?
Exactly. Well, I just want to say, because a lot of people may not know much, just where I'm coming from, like politically. I am a very strong independent. I typically vote Green. I have voted Democrat, never voted Republican, nothing against Republicans. But so I just to say I don't have a bias like either way. And I will say I've never watched Candace Owens until this happened, but I have been watching her live streams for the past, whenever she started, I guess right after it happened, because she did seem to be the only person that, well, she was genuinely very upset because he was her friend, but she was just going through and presenting the evidence. And I've had pushback, why are you listening to Candace Owens? It's not about the personality. I'm going wherever I can go to find information. And I think we're so programmed to just, this left-right thing, which obviously, and you and Pasta and Fee got into that a bit, how this is being used to divide people more. But also, in regards to Charlie Kirk, I just want to say before this happened, this is how much of bubbles we're in, right? Because I'm kind of on the independent left media, and I really did not know much of anything about Charlie Kirk. The most I knew was because I had to dig in and find out there was this viral video that was put out initially by Rachel Maddow, but about Trump saying we don't need votes. Have you seen this? And
I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's saying, well, the election activists on the Dem side are saying this is evidence that Trump stole it, which is just absurd. But what he was actually quoting was what Charlie Kirk had told him, saying we have such a big ground game for young people voting for you that we got this down, like it's done, right? So that's how I knew even who he was, because he's just not somebody I would listen to. And I understand there's a lot of controversial stuff that he said, and my daughter was like, why are you defending him or anything? And that's not it at all. I don't care. This was obviously, I think pretty obviously, a political assassination. I mean, I don't buy the lone gunman thing. And so I think what we should be concerned about is that in this country, you can be killed for what you say and what you think. And I think that's just absolutely terrifying. So because I knew so little about him, I went to Tucker Carlson interview with him. And I have mixed feelings about Tucker Carlson. I think he has some good guests on, but and they're pretty thorough interviews. So I went to that, and I don't know if you ever watched these, but I was in your chat, like just putting all the quotes from the interview, because I was so frustrated with the fact that I don't think people are looking at from this angle. Right. But so I it's two separate clips I've got. I would love to play them. But sure. So it's two separate clips, 12 minutes total, of what I thought was the most important part of his very long interview with Tucker Carlson, and has very little to do with Israel. So I think when you hear this, it blew my mind. So I'd love to play it if it.
Okay.
Let's see. Do you need to pull it up?
No, I can pull it up right now. I can start part one right now.
Yeah. Do you want to we could do part one, and then we could talk a bit about it, and then does that work?
That sounds great. Okay. Here we go.
Cool.
Happening between Russia, Ukraine, and the West's support of it actually was an extension of Russiagate, because part of one of the unintended consequences of Russiagate, unintended, I think actually intended, but unintended from our perspective, because we were so focused on the Trump component, was how it was desensitizing the Democrat Party to hate Russia. If you think about it, Donald Trump was the worst villain ever in the history of the world, according to the Democrat Party. So they needed to have an explanation as to how this guy won. Because, of course, it can't be the fact that they deindustrialized Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, flooded the country with a bunch of illegals, and allowed opioids into the country. There must be another reason. So they tried Cambridge Analytica first. Do you remember that was the first attempt?
Yes.
The Cambridge Analytica thing, that it was Donald Trump's ability to get in the back end of Facebook. That's why he won. But that didn't really satisfy the Democrats. And so simultaneously, we know this because the Russia narrative came ex nihilo. It came out of nowhere. Tulsi is getting to the bottom of it. I'm not going to pretend to know all the details of what she's working on. And I've been cheering her on, sending her text messages saying, you go, Tulsi, you go, because it's so wrong what happened to President Trump and so wrong what happened to our country. But when you think about it, it desensitized the entire Democrat Party to then have a very negative view of Russia, even beyond a normative Western view of Russia, as if Donald Trump is an attaché of the Kremlin. And if you hate Trump, you therefore must also hate Putin and Russia. So fast forward to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, you had the entire Democrat Party and the base of the Democrat Party that used to be anti-war, that used to be where the Ben & Jerry's guy was. You had him on your show. It was great. But the rank and file kind of had a subdued response at best to the financing of the Russian-Ukrainian war, largely because of Russiagate, because so many base members of the Democrat Party and the activists were led to believe that Donald Trump only became president because of the assistance of the Kremlin. I mean, you know this. You helped lead the, I don't want to say even anti-war, just the skepticism from the West viewpoint that why are we sending all this money to Ukraine? Is it good for us? That used to be a left-wing thing. That used to always be driven from the base of the Democrat Party. And from AOC to Elizabeth Warren to Bernie Sanders, they were largely silent on the amount of money that we sent to Ukraine. So why? Is it because they started to love war? No, it's because Putin became an acceptable villain for the Democrat Party, because they made the archetype of villain and the archetype of Putin and Trump to be kind of one and the same. That all goes back to Russiagate. It goes back to the lie of the dirty dossier. It goes back to how our intel agencies were then used inwardly against us. And that has really been the story the last 30 to 40 years. And you deserve a lot of credit for covering this, which is our intel services are supposed to gather intelligence and defend the homeland and to keep us domestically safe. But it turns out they're actually more about picking winners and losers in American elections and to thwart the will of popular sovereignty. So I hope that we get to the bottom of this, because we are still dealing with the real world ramifications. You have to wonder how many Ukrainians and Russians, by the way, because people are dying on both sides of this war that are made in the image of God, are unnecessarily dead because of what our intel services did in 2016 and 2017.
I'm going to pause there. I just pointing this part out. Isn't it interesting that he's not attacking Democratic voters and he's not punching at people and being mean? He's actually calling out the Democrat apparatus, the thing at the top. It sounds to me he's a guy with a little sympathy as to how this can happen. The operation, the top-down operation, the control, the psychological warfare that is implemented on people who he said at the very beginning of the clip. He's talking about how these are people that didn't think this way until this apparatus was unleashed on them.
Right.
That's not very thoughtful to me. That's just my take.
Right. Now, I will say I cringed at I despise the term illegals. I just,
of course.
And obviously that's where he comes from on that. And,
sure.
But I mean, anyway, I didn't cut it out because I wanted it to stay.
Yeah, this is the full thing.
Yeah, there was nothing when I edited. I didn't cut out like anything he said, like in a sentence. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let's keep. Yeah, all right, keep going.
Do you expect that people will be held accountable for it?
I hope so. I mean, look, I don't know what's in the details. I don't know what's in the documents. We kind of have a little bit of a teaser. We saw last week what Tulsi said. She said there's more coming. And basically what we learned last week, for everyone that was hopefully enjoying your summer, not glued to your phone, nonstop over the weekend, we learned that Obama personally ordered an intel report. It's like, hey, was it true that Russia was behind this election? And from my understanding, the report said, no, Russia was not behind this election, did not manipulate votes. Trump was not elected because of Russia. This was in December of 2016 in a private classified intel briefing. That is now declassified thanks to Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. What is even more chilling, though, which goes back to Peter Strzok and Lisa Page and James Comey, is how the FBI and the CIA seem to be working on the same page. The FBI was almost doing the domestic bidding of the CIA. And you have to wonder how much of this Russiagate situation was the insurance policy that Peter Strzok famously put in his text messages. Remember, he was going back and forth with his, with his lover, Lisa Page, where he was saying, hey, don't worry, we have an insurance policy. You have to wonder what exactly was that. And my contention is that that was the Russiagate situation, that they had this dossier paid for by the Democrat Party with Clinton funds to then illegally be able to spy on the Trump campaign. As an extension of that, create this entire narrative. And Rod Rosenstein was running the entire DOJ. You know what I mean? That true Trumper, Rod Rosenstein, right? So Trump was without a Department of Justice with his first term at this point, basically.
Gosh.
We had Bob Mueller like lurching back under the surface, like coming back from, you know, they brought him out of retirement. Remember his interview? You didn't know where he was or what was going on, which of course the report came out and showed no collusion, and all stemming from a lie. And that's the kicker. So to answer your question, I hope people start to go to jail. We need perp walks. We need handcuffs. We need mass arrests, because you're not allowed to steal precious time of a presidency away from the American people that otherwise would have been spent on governing. This is now the big fight in front of Trump 2. And everyone knows it. We ran on it. We said it. And I think we're now going to get massive action in that direction from hopefully Cash and Dan and Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, the whole gang. They're focused on this. And I think they're looking for the right place to strike, which is who actually runs this government. The first term, we were kind of under this very naive idea that the people run the government. And then we were like, well, it's the lobbyists. But after, I think, 7 or 8 years, and it's taken time, it's the administrative state and the intel agencies.
Yes.
It's this fourth branch of government that the founders never created, they never designed, there was no intent for. And that fourth branch of government is unaccountable, has unknown biographies of people that are running it, and they're there for unlimited amounts of time. There's no term limits, they're not elected, and they're unelected.
I mean, he's saying some really dangerous things there.
Right. Total extremist.
And it's not in this clip or the other one, because I was sticking to kind of the Russiagate and the intel agencies.
Sure.
But I would suggest anyone, even if you can't stand Tucker Carlson, just watch this interview, because there's another part where he goes into the economic struggle of young people. He's talking about young conservatives, mainly his listeners, but he's saying, you know, he's informing Tucker, do you know you can like finance a pizza? And there are all I forget what the names of the different financial, I can't remember what they're called. Somebody would know, maybe that's listening, but where you can like do a pay later on almost anything that you order, groceries or whatever.
Sure.
There were like 3 different, I think, financial instruments. He's talking about that. And, you know, when I heard that, I instantly thought of MLK. And it was like, he started saying things like, what good is it if I can sit at the lunch counter, but I can't afford a hamburger? And then he started talking about the Vietnam War.
Oh, yeah.
And when you start saying those things, I mean, so that really, I know everyone jumped on Israel, but for me, I was like, okay, well, there are multiple reasons that he could have mobilized a lot of people to really raise all these questions about what really happened with Russiagate. I think I've mentioned this before, the one other time I was on your show. I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard at all.
Sure,
and I'm really shocked that so many people still do. And I used to catch hell back in, you know, when she was a Democrat. I mean, I thought she was great when she stepped down from the DNC, you know, for Bernie. But she's such a chameleon. And then, you know, I've got more clips I could play, but, you know, can't think of his name right now, Abby Morton's husband. But he went into this thing on a show where she's in psychological operations.
Yeah.
She does it overseas, like in Africa, but we'll see what happens with Russiagate. I think that he was also I think Charlie Kirk was very dangerous in putting the pressure on. I mean, he's saying, we want arrests, we want perp walks. Who's really running the government? That's some really controversial stuff to say. But anyway, I think he gets a little bit more. Do you want to play the second one?
Yeah, we can jump.
I mean, pause it at any point if it's too long. But I think it's really, I think it's important we hear his words, because the man is dead. And I know he said a lot of awful things that are circulating around, but I think it's important people know full context of things, other things he said that might have led to his assassination. Who knows?
Okay,
So,
here we go.
Yeah.
Is that this next bill is going to be passed, whatever like perfunctory bill they have to pass is going to try to neuter DNI. Is that they want to try to wall off
CIA
Liberty Crossing.
wants Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, and the other people, the director of national intelligence, and that whole
apparatus,
which was created after 9/11.
Which is hilarious because it was created by the worst people.
Exactly.
And now it's actually it's a central nervous system for us to look under the hood, and they know it. I don't know all the details of this. Someone texted me yesterday, and they said, hey, we have to make sure that Tulsi does not get basically, neutered in this whole process, that it just kind of becomes a ceremonial.
She's the one person you shouldn't doge.
No, in fact, Tulsi, and this is very important, the intel agencies by far have the least proportional civilian control versus careers.
That's exactly right. CIA has like 3 or 4.
And Ratcliffe is, fighting for his life there. And it's like, who runs, you have all these unknown amounts of people, and what are they doing? And it's a black box budget. And I believe that all roads lead back to the intel agencies on all this stuff. And so, but Tulsi is now getting under the hood. This revelation of Russiagate is massive. It's huge.
I know.
And God bless her for doing this. And I know the president cares about it personally, as he should, because how much of his life and his energy was just spent defending against a fabrication, not a fabrication of the Chinese Communist Party, by the way, not a fabrication of our adversaries, a fabrication of our own government. That's what makes this so sinister, is that our own government was turned against the duly elected president. So here we are now in the year of our Lord 2025. Who's running the United States government?
Great question.
And President Trump, he is now the hunter. He was the hunted back in the first term. I know what the grassroots want. I know what President Trump wants. We need perp walks. We need arrests. We need accountability. And if we do not smash the administrative state and the deep state in the coming 6 to 12 months, then we're actually not going to bring this entire intelligence apparatus to heel. We have to lance the boil because it's gone so out of control. And I can tell you, they are deeply fearful of this movement. They know that we are aware. They know that we are noticing things, that we're seeing patterns, that we know how powerful the intel agencies have become. And so that's why I think Russiagate really matters, is that it's a way to hold them accountable, to see how dark and honestly demonic their activities have become.
Yes.
And hopefully an opportunity to fulfill a mandate that President Trump ran on, and I still know believes to this day, which is to bring the deep state to hopefully smash it, or at the very least bring it back into balance.
And the deep state is the intel agencies.
Well, that's the shadow government, right?
CIA.
It's not the deep state. Look,
it's not the education department.
If I could chime in, so there's 2 types of deep state, right? There's the Department of Education.
How much you want to bet he's not going to mention the Mossad, right? Because this is too early for that, right? This is before he started talking publicly about Israel, right?
I think so, because wasn't that just early August?
Yes.
So I think this was in July.
This was in July. So it was he got friendly with Tucker here because they were obviously agreeing on Ukraine, that they aligned on that. They aligned on elements of CIA deep state stuff. But I think that at some point when he brought Tucker onto the turning point stage, then we started having the larger conversation about who's in charge,
right,
and who's really in charge. But this is certainly interesting stuff that he was on the right side with Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. It was mentioned on your other show that, well, yeah, of course, Russia, he's going to be for that because the right, that has nothing to do with it. Like, I think I made the comment in the chat, it could be Zimbabwe. It doesn't really matter. It's the fact that he's calling out that he basically pins all of these dead people in Ukraine and Russia on an operation, a U.S. intel operation in 2016. And that is that's some serious stuff. Anyway, did you want to play the rest of that or no? We can stop there, but.
Okay, is there any more? He's basically making the case.
There's more. He does talk about Butler. I think you're about halfway through that one. But if you want to stop, that's fine.
Well, let's look at. So I want to ask you.
Sure. Yeah.
The question here. So, it's important to see these conversations because obviously, I'm like you. I don't have the history of following Charlie Kirk to detail because so much. So there's so much else we're covering that when this happened, I was like, oh no, let's look. This looks off. Let's look into it. And we saw all the stuff he said in the last month. It's important to look further back and see where he stood on. And I saw that, he's where he stands on Ukraine, where he stands on a lot of these issues that seem to be aligned with a populist voice that's not necessarily 100% MAGA. We know that he's been for free speech to a degree. The idea that you're willing to hand the microphones over to people and have debates, there's something to be said about that, versus the ADL that goes around and their job is to turn people off and not only not let you talk, their job is to make it criminal and call you a terrorist for having a point of view and a critique against Israel. And some say that it was actually the crowds that Charlie Kirk talked with that started planting the seeds. There were people that every once in a while you get a very articulate student that would say, hey, do you know about 9/11? Do you know about these things? Do you know about do you know about the money, the paper trail there? Do you know about these wars that we've been fighting on behalf of Netanyahu? And he had a look on his face like, oh,
we have to remember, I mean, he was 31 years old.
Yeah,
I mean,
didn't know.
You don't get a proper education in this country about what really happened, what's really happened, you know?
Yeah.
And so I'm not excusing any of the bad things that he said, and I understand he was very divisive, and I don't condone any of that stuff that he said, but I think there was, I mean, who knows where he would have ended up on all this. And, you know, thank you to the person in the audience. Yes, Michael Preisner, poor guy, has to be known as Abby Martin's husband, but I have a clip of that. I'm sorry, I've got clips coming out of my ears because that's what I do. But this one isn't very long. It's specifically about Gabbard, but if you want to play it, cool, or we can go right into
I would like to play the Gabbard clip, but first I just want to ask you, do you feel that the assassination was more about Israel or more about other things he's calling out here like Russia, or do you think it had all to do with everything? What's your
I think either or both is likely. I mean, it could have been just our intel. You know, the more that Candace uncovers, she says there's a lot of military ties and people that she can't find history on. I mean, so this could completely be a CIA, hit. And I want to be clear, like, I don't have any evidence of that, so I don't want to, I'm not being a conspiracy theorist here, but I think we see that the FBI isn't telling us what's being told is not accurate. So naturally, we're all going to start wondering and trying to figure out, who has motive. And I would say in this case, that would be both U.S. intel and clearly Mossad or Israel. So, but it's just an aspect I just don't think got enough attention. Is the U.S. intel side, but I kind of, I just cringe when I hear he's saying I'm texting Tulsi, and we'll see what happens. I would love to be proven wrong. There are a lot of people that believe that she's going to, expose all the Russiagate stuff. We know Comey's just been indicted, but I'll believe it when I see it.
That's not gonna.
I don't think so. And I think he wasn't going to let it go. And he wanted answers for the Butler, Trump assassination attempt. And I think that he was seen as very dangerous because he had a tremendous influence on millions of people, millions of young people.
Yeah.
So
he was asking the right questions, right? And Butler comes up because you wonder, why would all of a sudden Trump say on record that he says that Iran tried to kill him? That doesn't make any sense. We looked at that, we're like, that's weird. Where did that come from? Like, it was clearly something from the inside. And we talk about the security detail on Charlie Kirk, which he has said he's been on Bill Maher's show. He's told Bill Maher, they both agreed on this. And Bill Maher took it down, by the way, from his own website.
I have not seen that.
He had
Charlie Kirk was on Bill Maher's show.
So Charlie Kirk goes on his secondary show. He does this, where they're all kind of smoking weed and chilling. It's called like Bill Maher.
Right. I can't stand him. I actually paid to see that man in person. I can't stand him now.
I actually was. I'm not even gonna get it. There was a time when I was aligned with some people working on the show, and I was this close to getting a job on the set, and I thank God that never happened. That was a long time ago, when he first got to HBO. But anyways, the thing, the exchange, which seems so subtle, and so because they were both apparently Zionists, or Charlie Kirk was by association, he had been or at least doing Zionist behavior until he started asking questions. Bill Maher is totally a Zionist. He doesn't have any reason. He will never ask a question about Israel. He will like put his boots in the ground on that forever, and that's just who he is. But with the two of them hanging out in that chill little space, the part that was taken out from the little interview was the part where they were both talking about Israeli security and how good they are. And Charlie saying, yeah, my security is Israeli. I know how good they are. So all of the security questions that are happening, and it is very suspect that Bill Maher would edit that out of the, why would you edit that out? That seems like a very normal, hey, yeah, we like Israeli security. Oh yeah, they're really good. I know personally. Interesting enough that we're looking at the footage and we're looking at his security team and the shenanigans that took place and the confiscated footage, the SIM card being taken out, thrown, passed from guy to guy, put in someone's hat. This is his security team, who he's saying to Bill Maher is Israeli. So for me, it seems to always keep coming back to Israel, and obviously the FBI is.
Well, I mean, it could have been a coordinated. It could have been a coordinated attack. I mean, that would make the most sense.
Which is why I would say it makes sense. And this, again, it's not hard proof, but it's certainly evidence that Netanyahu is the first to tweet out his death. The Jerusalem Post is the first to print his death. How did he know it? Maybe he had direct communication with people that knew. Who would that be? Maybe the people in that van. Maybe those people are, like Charlie Kirk said himself, Israeli and have direct connections with Netanyahu. And that's why he was first to hear about it. And note, the U.S. Outlets did not report on it until after the Jerusalem Post posted it. That is a timeline fact.
And wasn't the tweet like Netanyahu and Trump posted on Twitter at the exact same time or something?
The first tweet, you know what? I got it right here. I'm going to put this one up. The very first tweet, and this is before he was officially declared dead. There was a tweet that both Trump, that you're referring to, Trump and Netanyahu are both tweeting out about praying for him at the exact minute. Here it is. This is the exact same minute. It was on the 10th at 3:02 p.m. Exactly the same minute. We all must pray for Charlie Kirk, who's been shot. A great guy from top to bottom. God bless him. Netanyahu praying for Charlie Kirk. Very strange. And then it was after the praying tweet, which was at the exact same minute, Netanyahu beat Trump to the punch, declaring him being dead. And then, like I said, the Jerusalem Post was first to post to print that he was officially declared dead. And so
Utah Central time? I'm just thinking.
So the way the time works on this is whoever put this up, it's their timeline. So it's whoever. So it was captured at the exact. So I'm not seeing the time, but it probably is. I'm gonna guess East Coast.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But wouldn't it be? Yeah.
Wherever the tweet was cropped from is. So I'm thinking East Coast time.
Well, right. Because it was Candace keeps saying it's 12:20, whatever.
Yes, because that's Mountain Time.
Right, Mountain Time. Okay.
Yeah. So anyways.
But that's still strange though. 3:02 would be.
Well, so 12:02 he was already shot. I think he would, right? No?
Right. So this must have been at 1:02 Utah time.
We need to check our timetables. Yeah. But the point is that this has been confirmed that this tweet went out at the exact
same time. It was simultaneous. Yes. That's the interesting part.
Yes.
Weird.
These are the questions we are asking, and it's just it's interesting that we're getting a lot of pushback and being told by a lot of people in our group, in our camp, that we need to be careful about all the people that are declaring Israel right now. So we need to be skeptical about that narrative. It's like, well, what about all this evidence? What do we do with
right? And I think the criticism, the gray zone. I mean, I think Max has been. I mean, you could say he broke the story, after talking to Candace, but I mean, he did say repeatedly, we don't know, we don't have evidence. All we can do is, like I said before, we're not getting the right stuff from the FBI. The story is very fishy, so we start looking at who has motive. Yeah. But I mean, we can't declare. I don't know. Are we ever going to know?
Well, we know that know the texting that was recreated by the FBI. We know that's fake. That's like I don't think we can ever, we're never going to get to the point where we agree that checks out. There's nothing about that checks out, and I think that's a good starting point. That's the conversation I had when I first went on. Was we were taking a break at the time, but I went on with Garland Nixon. We had a discussion. about and we talked for like 45 minutes about just the text. There's so much there. Just the text, just what Kash Patel thought he could get away with, sending us this crap.
He just looks scared.
He looks like a deer in headlights.
That's my opinion on that.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Yeah.
There's a part of this letter which hasn't been highlighted on Twitter, I've noticed, but that I just stopped at the end of the sentence and went, ugh. I think it's the second image. Do you see this 8238? Do you want to get into the letter now?
Yeah, let's do the letter. I got the bigger one and then the smaller. Which one is it?
It's the smaller one.
Okay. All right. I got it right here. Here we go. So this is
a letter from Charlie Kirk to Netanyahu, and this is just one part of a paragraph that I cut out.
Okay. Israel has enormous capabilities, such as how you orchestrated your beeper bomb operation. Perhaps Israel can use some of that same ingenuity to more effectively fight the information war in the media, especially on social media. Israel is the Silicon Valley of the Middle East.
I just I don't know, my heart just kind of went just the fact that he mentioned the beeper bomb operation, because I just last night started really kind of considering, I heard something about people saying, oh, maybe it was a mic explosion and instead of a shot. Have you looked into that at all?
Well, yeah, that's absolutely on the table.
Okay.
Because we have these, we know the technology exists.
Mm-hmm.
It would line up with the way his body moved. It would line up with why there's no bullet coming in from the back. I want to remind people that the coroner officially told us, and this is how you get all the Christian MAGAs on board for this, because they said he's basically was a Superman. And that's on record. That's not an analysis. Yeah. That's an official analysis. That's official.
It's absurd.
So, but the beeper theory gives a little more credibility to how you explain the mathematics of what actually happened. So obviously,
I didn't really take it seriously at first, because I thought, well, surely people know. I guess now people really need to analyze the audio, or was there that and a shot somewhere?
The audio we saw was there was a shot, and there was another. There were two sounds at the exact within a milliseconds of each other, but they were certainly two separate sounds. And however they coordinate that was very precise. But if you look on, there's a sound. I don't have it in front of you. There's a sound you can see to the millisecond. It goes bum, and they're coming from specifically two different places. Bum.
Yeah.
So we've seen that.
I think a lot of the videos have now been pulled down, though, right? So
yeah, it's harder to find this stuff now.
We have to rely on the people that I guess grabbed it when they could.
So Kelly, I know this obviously is concerning to see something like this from someone who we're saying there's a chance that he might have been killed by the same thing that's being listed in this letter as an opportunity to use this type of technology, and then it ends up getting used against him. It is very tragic if you think of it that way. I, however, don't see that. I think the way I'm looking at this letter, and I'll let you respond to this, but from my analysis so far, going through the letter one time, my analysis is that this is completely faked letter, just like 100%. There's no.
It could be. We don't know. Yeah.
I'm not saying. I shouldn't use the expression 100%. That's more of an expression, not a proof. It's not proof, but everything is pointing to this looking suspect. Because
Okay, so I would just say, even if it is legitimate, I've noticed people focusing on just that he was basically he told Netanyahu to do exactly what he's trying to do now, which is take over TikTok, maybe X too. And do an information war. I mean, that's basically what Charlie Kirk was telling him. But I read it a little differently. It's he was trying to help him out, but I think he was kind of I'm tired of being your spokesperson. Because he was in the letter, he goes into how he goes to college campuses, and what you want to pull up the bigger one. It doesn't say all of that in this part.
Okay.
But he lists off. I should have made it. Paragraph of that one too, but he lists off all the questions that he hears all the time from the students and the audience, about Israel, and he's almost sort of, to me, it seems like he's saying, hey, I don't really have all the proof how to answer these questions, and I think you need to. He's kind of putting it back on Netanyahu, and that's not to say he does still make his like declarations of whatever devotion to Israel and all of that, but then we know that other things happened after that, like him turning down a trip there and turning down some money. But this was the other paragraph that really blew me away. So he says Israel could do a better job explaining the Iranian threat. Among the many conservatives who support Israel, there's a concern that America could become entangled in a quagmire in Iran. My generation grew up with disasters in Afghanistan and Iraq. We were promised there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, which proved to be a lie. Our generation was also lied to by the governments of Israel and the U.S. Whoa. That COVID vaccines were safe and effective. Israel and intelligence missed the boat on October 7th. I mean, I don't know if you want to read the rest out loud, but he's really, I thought some of this was very, I don't know. I think it was pretty provocative, like that he was saying to Netanyahu.
He's saying, we were asked to trust Israeli intelligence 100%. Mm-hmm. Iran is on the cusp of obtaining nuclear weapons.
Right.
Conservatives very skeptical. We don't fully trust intelligence assessment. Right now, it seems like Israel is primarily relying on America to make the case for attacking Iranian nuclear sites. These arguments get a lot of blowback in MAGA circles. Other than you, Prime Minister, I see very few Israelis making their case in the media, social media podcasts. Many agree with you, myself included, that Iran should not get nuclear weapons. At the same time, I share the concern that America will get sucked into another endless war, which is one of Tulsi's expressions, by the way, costing thousands of American lives. Where are the Israelis who are arguing their case to win over the public opinion? Israel should be making its case 24/7 on social media, including long-form English-speaking podcasts and social media channels and websites such as Rapid Response Team and ITN.
So that was the Israeli Truth Network or something that he proposed that Netanyahu do. Yeah. But what is he doing instead? It seems like he's just paying a lot of really bad influencers here to try to toe the line. I mean, I think he was putting something off on Netanyahu that he couldn't do, which is...
This is justification for the seizure of these social media companies. That's what this is. Yeah. And I fully don't think this doesn't seem like an actual letter that was sent to Netanyahu by Charlie Kirk. I don't see it.
Yeah.
And let me do this, because this clip is, I need to circle back to this clip, and then I want to get your thoughts on this. This is Netanyahu's first appearance on a U.S. Station, which obviously is Fox News, or actually no, this is Newsmax. But this is a former Fox News person. But the point is, he's coming on September 11th of all dates, September 11th, to remind us who the threat really is, and to laugh at us.
I think I saw this.
He mentions this letter in the clip. It's very important. Because listen, watch what he says about it.
Okay.
And remember, and let's look at the timeline. This is September 11th. This letter comes out earlier today, last night. A lot of days went by before he was ready to give us this information. Not to mention, there's no timestamp. I'll be very clear. There is no timestamp on this letter. Nothing there. Blacked out. Just to be clear. Here's him telling us about the letter so many days ago. Like, what is this? 19 days ago. He said this.
I'm going to let you go. I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing is. It's not only insane, I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. You know, we're carrying vermin, we're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Well, since then, we've learned, A, when people spread these lies about us, prepare yourself for the assault. And, you know, they're trying to delegitimize the state of Israel. Charlie Kirk said to me that, he wrote me this detailed letter, you have to fight the slander. These untruths, these vilifications have consequences.
He wrote me a letter. Where's this letter? And why is there no follow-up on, show us this letter? This is 19 days ago. Why did it take this long to release the letter? That's my first concern. And then my second concern is why I wake up this morning and see fellow journalists of mine, who I won't mention, you guys can go look yourself, who are saying this is breaking news. We finally got the real story. And I'm like, hold on, breaking news because Netanyahu gave us a letter? What? First of all, that's not breaking news that he supplied this information. That took him 19 days to give to us. I'm going to start at that point. We can break down the bullet points in it and look at how much of it aligns with Charlie, whatever. But the timeline doesn't make sense to me. And the fact that we're so quick to go, oh, we just got this new information. Thank you, Netanyahu, for supplying it to us on day 19.
Well, I am really disappointed. I'm sorry, I'm disappointed in a lot of people on the left, independent media, that I feel like maybe just aren't. We need to set aside the fact that he said some awful stuff at some point. Okay, that's not the point here. The point is we're supposed to have freedom of speech. And if you are, in danger of being assassinated for doing that, and I think, again, what he was doing was kind of coming around and listening to the college students. And there could have been more of a left-right alignment. And we know that is the most dangerous thing. That is the thing that the powers that be do not want to have happen. And so I was a little surprised to see some people sort of still engaging in that instead of focusing on what happened very recently with him. But I'm not saying you have to like the guy or mourn him, but just the fact that it was pretty clearly a political assassination is really terrifying. Hopefully, because we've got video, like the handoff, as you said, I know that. What can they just ignore it? I mean, the public, and it seems that on the right there's a split. I don't know what the real percentages are there, but a lot of people on the right aren't buying this either, and they're not buying this Man of Steel stuff, and they are listening to Candace Owens, and to some, I guess, Megyn Kelly. I don't really follow where she stands right now on that.
Well, okay. So Megyn Kelly's staying a little silent, but she's upset that she's being told that she needs to disavow Candace.
Right.
And she's like, I'm not going to do that. So she's playing the neutral game. I'm going to keep my mouth shut, but stop harassing me game. So
But I'm curious, kind of what the real numbers are there on the right. But I don't think they're having it. And there's one guy I saw that was doing, like ballistics analysis, and he was like, what do they think? I mean, there's so many veterans in this country that no guns and that's how they completely discredited the whole 30-06 thing right away, because they were like, that would blow an elk, to smithereens. Yeah. So why they thought they could put this kind of thing over on this public now in 2025 is kind of shocking. So
I think those numbers are substantial. They're substantial enough for Netanyahu to now declare them the woke Reich. He's calling them,
right.
Yeah. So he came up with that name because it's a large amount of people that are taking Candace's side and taking Tucker's side here, and saying, no, we're not going to be vilified here. We voted for America first, not Israel first. And so that's a loud voice. And how nice would it be if the left that were skeptical, because it's the first time I've ever seen the left asking questions that would be called conspiracy theory land, that they've been so against for so many years. They haven't had a question about anything since Maybe they asked one question about 9/11 and then went back
Mhm.
into their little holes, but that was it. Now they're actually saying, hey, this doesn't look right. This looks
Mhm.
weird. Wouldn't it be
Mhm.
nice to get them all together and say, hey, we all agree that we're being lied to about this. Let's do something about it. That would be awesome, but that doesn't seem
Well,
to be
the other thing
happening.
that's happened is we have Trump in office and there's still a genocide going on. So now they can look at it. They don't have to ignore it because
Yeah.
Trump's doing it. It's
That's,
just
well, whatever your motivation is, if that's
Yeah.
enough because of your Trump derangement syndrome, fine. But at least get you
Right.
in the vicinity and be loud.
Mhm.
It's time to be loud about this stuff, or
It
whatever your
is.
motivation is. You know.
Yeah. And I think, I just want to say it was part of so Matt Ho was my co-host for Candidates for Assange. You can go to the website and look at it. It's kind of on hold right now because I haven't renamed it. Sam Husseini and I've been talking about incorporating his vote pact idea, which is basically a pledge to not vote for the duopoly. Either, you kind of like agree with someone that would have voted Republican to vote Libertarian. Anyway, you can go to votepact.org and look at that. But what was so great about that, all those panels Matt Ho and I did, we had over 70 candidates came on. I almost had Jill Stein, but I delayed too long to get her on. But we had Chase Oliver come on, we had Dennis Kucinich, and then we had a lot of just congressional candidates across the country, Greens and Libertarians mainly, agreeing on civil liberties topics, being anti-war, and it was wonderful. And there were it wasn't heated arguments, and there was some ribbing, about capitalism and whatnot, but it was a constructive project, and it was, to me, it gave me hope that I think there are more people in this country that are sick and tired of all of this, just extremism, left, right, Democrat, Republican, and that if you really sit down with people, well, just kind of like what Charlie Kirk was saying about on economics and stuff, that there are more things we agree on. So I don't know, maybe that means there's some hope, but the forces to try to keep the division going are so strong. I mean, so I don't know. It's going to take a lot of people to fix it, but I put that Gabbard clip here if you want to play that.
You know what? Let's do the Gabbard clip before we wrap it up here. Okay, here we go.
Tulsi keep on going to Africa. What's going on with that? That's always such a weird wrinkle.
I think there is something to be said about her military career that, is a little interesting. I mean, she joined as a combat medic. She goes to Iraq, but according to her book, she never really did anything in Iraq. She was just on a base. She wasn't dealing with patients. She had kind of an administrative role dealing with paperwork. She never, apparently, or she doesn't talk about it if she did, but according to her book and the comments she's made, she never even left the main base. She never went through the gates, never went on a patrol, things like that. And so she really wanted to lead heavily into her Iraq War veteran branding, but as evidenced in her book, she doesn't really have stories from the Iraq War. She gets back from that and she reclasses as a military police officer, getting commissioned as an officer. Notable that in military police, that is, for many years, and at that time, that was where women were having the most direct combat roles. I mean, and there's this whole kind of hidden history that most don't know about, but women who were in military police units were frontline combatants in the Iraq War for a very long time. So she reclasses to that at the height of the Iraq War. But she doesn't get sent to Iraq. She gets sent to Kuwait, where she does security for royals in Kuwait and stuff like that. And then she she's a military police person for a while. She doesn't deploy ever again to a combat zone, even though she says she's been deployed to 3 combat zones. So she lists Kuwait as a combat deployment, which is funny. So again, trying to lean into this brand of being a combat veteran for doing a security detail in a safe country. But then she reclasses again. She goes into the reserves from the National Guard, but in a psychological operations and civil affairs unit, which does a lot of work with special operations. And so her deployments to Africa have been in her capacity as a commander in and civil affairs is government, colonial type government. Civil affairs goes into a country and runs the government, sometimes partnered with the so-called local government. But it's a colonial type military role, but also commanding a psychological operations unit, which does straight up propaganda like manipulating and brainwashing a sector of the population. Like, you know, they literally have trucks with big loudspeakers on them that go around and broadcast like propaganda shit. Like, that's the kind of stuff that PSYOPs does. And also waging like psychological terror on people also. So she reclasses to this job in the reserves, which very clearly you do that, you know you're going to get deployed somewhere. And so it seems that she's always tried to chase deployments in her career and the jobs and the positions that she's taken. She's someone who very much wants to go and do that stuff. So, you know, as you know, she's very proudly posted that, you know, I was just fighting terrorists in Africa. I think just the quick, you know, if you look at it, what she's doing there, if you look at a diagram of where U.S. bases are in Africa, you see it's a strip from east to west across the continent, just north of the center. It's a region called the Sahel. The Horn of Africa, where Tulsi has been deployed, is on the eastern coast of that strip. You know, of course, there's a lot of complex politics in this region, but U.S. military policy can really be boiled down to something quite simple. You know, Africa is a continent of colonial borders carved up by European powers. In the Sahel region, what you really have is a lot of Western-backed autocratic repressive governments where the central goal is just to extract the most amount of resources and raw materials, rare earth minerals as possible, export them to the United States and Europe, while the ruling elites in those African countries take as much of a cut as they can while letting none of it trickle down to deeply impoverished populations. It includes some countries that are not under this boot, who are sanctioned and sabotaged by the United States. But of course, anytime you have a societal dynamic like this of severe underdevelopment, colonial borders, a legacy of brutality, there's going to be unrest and conflicts and bid for power by opposing forces. So the U.S. military mission in this region is really 100% about controlling the level of conflict so that the flow of capital from African mines can run unimpeded to American and European capitalists. So Tulsi is very much bragging about the fact that she's there fighting radical Islamic terrorists, as she likes to call it. But it doesn't matter who the enemy is to the Pentagon at any given moment. It's a capitalist war for capitalist interests. Of course, Tulsi does have like a very firm ideological dedication to that mission. Like, she wants to kill Muslims, I believe. But in terms of her actual role there, supporting, you know, special operations, doing shady black ops stuff, it's all about maintaining stability for the profits of big capitalists in Europe and the United States, and also really kind of the front lines of how the climate crisis is being militarized. Because as the climate warms, the Sahara, like the desert region, is expanding. It's causing conflicts between pastoralist farmers and agricultural farmers, and these are all things that the U.S. wants to use the military to control so it doesn't impede on profits.
So, sorry, that was probably too long. But she's also been I'm in North Carolina, and Fort Bragg, I think, was renamed Fort Liberty. There's a big PSYOP, like, whatever, facility there. And I know she's been there. I remember her tweeting from her car. Like, I'd love to be proved wrong, but I found it really interesting how the words that she chooses to use, you know, when she left the Democrat Party, and she's like elite woke cabal of, well, I don't know. It just sounded like, to me, she sat in a language lab, and like, it's just very crafted and then all of a sudden then she's at, what's the convention, the big conservative
The
convention.
RNC, yeah.
No, not the RNC. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. But she was
convention.
Yeah, I don't know, but anyway, I just find it so strange the way she just flipped over to another side, and like, I mean, talk about flip-flopping, but people seem to really follow her and really believe her.
I don't know. I think I think Charlie Kirk on that clip with Tucker we played earlier, he was last to still be, and you seem to be still like hoping that you're wrong. I think a lot of people know that it's done. The jury's in on it. It's over. It's done. Like, well, she's a PSYOP. She's a Zionist. Everything she's been doing has been to serve the purpose of protecting Israel and the military-industrial complex. And even though she did do some brave things on the Democratic side before she left, and she did some important things over there, the entire time she was still protecting this thing that she's.
Well, yeah, she didn't. It. And what I caught hell for years ago was I pointed out that she signed the DNC had this pledge that no matter what, in the end, you're going to support the nominee that we choose. So everything that she was saying, and you know, all the money she's raking in, it really was pointless because she had signed this pledge. Right. And I took a lot of heat for that, but I stand by it. And I just, I would love to be proved wrong that they're going to do something with Russiagate, that they're going to be like, you heard Charlie Kirk. He said he wanted arrests. There should be perp walks, he said.
That's not. None of this is going to happen. You're
No.
not. You're not going to be proved wrong on this, Kelly, because we've had every the whole purpose of RussiaGate was to usher in the new Trump regime, which was based on the fact that this entire thing was contrived, and half the country knew it, and some of us that weren't MAGAs also knew that it was contrived. But it was enough to get people excited about the peace president, right? Who now has his peace prize nomination by Netanyahu. Yet he's still pushing the same policies as Biden, exactly the same, and people can see it. And there's not Tulsi's not going to come save the day. And the reason we know that is she can't even give an honest assessment of Iran not having nuclear weapons without having to be bullied by Trump the next day, saying, "What the hell was she talking about? I don't need her opinion anyway." And then she took a step back and said, "Never mind what you said, what he said. That's it. Yeah, that's the ticket." So we already know what her role is to keep her job and to step back if she's called out on actually doing her job. So it's not, nothing's going to happen. It's not.
Right. Well, hopefully more people on the right are going to wake up and see that. And I have heard, I mean, they're turning against Kash Patel because of how he's handling this investigation. But the other thing, too, I wanted to just say about, I guess there's just kind of debate of, is Trump a victim or not? You know, like he just can't. Again, I think, can we tell the difference between CIA, Mossad? I mean, we don't really know. I mean, we know he had I don't feel sorry for him. I think he should stand up and do something. But there was an assassination attempt on him, and we don't really know the extent of what. I mean, I think Max reported something about surveillance devices put on Secret Service cars or something. I mean, we don't really know what's going on. So do people really just all fear for their lives? I don't know.
Can we agree on this? Can we agree that no one can say 100% that Trump is controlled 100%? We can say it looks like he is being, but can we agree that when we suggest that Trump might be controlled by Israel and that the U.S. government itself, beyond Trump, is being controlled by Israel, and that's a legitimate theory, can we just agree that that's not giving cover, that's not giving excuses to someone for being a willing participant, for being a quote unquote victim? We don't want to use using the word victim is shaming us for having that theory. Because it's saying that the victim is innocent. We're not saying anybody's innocent in this equation. We're asking the question, who's in charge of things? So if you are a willing participant in that, you're also guilty. But it doesn't mean that we have to tippy-toe around it, because we might be giving cover to Trump, and people that hate Trump are going to be really angry about that because they want him to go down with the ship. It's like we're not alleviating his guilt. We're saying, look who's controlling the ship. It's pretty obvious to me what it looks like. I can't say 100% facts, but I can say it looks like we're being controlled by a foreign government. That's just my take.
Well, I mean, just follow the money too. I mean, if look at Congress and I mean, I think, is it just Massey's? I guess MTG has now said she won't take any more. I think maybe in the past she had taken AIPAC money. I may be wrong on that.
Those are the only two. And they happen to be Republicans, but they're the only two.
Yeah, and I think if you're too fearful to speak out and say, "Hey, they're right on these couple of things," I don't know what to tell you. I mean, think independently. I'm kind of used to ticking off both sides, so it's what I do. But anyway.
Before I let you go, just I'm going to leave you with a film recommendation. This is just for fun because we got to keep things light. But if you ever heard of the movie Snake Eyes, I suggest go check out Snake Eyes.
I've heard it mentioned a lot lately, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's a 1998 film, a Nicolas Cage film. Gary Sinise is in it as well. Just a quick breakdown of the film. It actually is about the movie is about an assassination, a cover-up of the assassination. It takes place in a boxing ring that happens to be located in Atlanta, but not just any place in Atlanta. It's actually located at the Trump building. It's really interesting because this is in '98, so it's a Trump hotel in Atlanta that this boxing match takes place in. And get this, I'm not trying to spoil it, but during the boxing match, there's a senator whose name is Charles Kirkland, and he's killed during the boxing match. And he's shot in the neck. And the person they blame it on is the boxer in the ring whose name is Lincoln Tyler, and he goes by the nickname the Executioner. You think that's crazy? The event in the film takes place on September 10th. I kid you not. And again, I said it was a Trump Taj Mahal location in Atlantic City.
Okay, are we in the Matrix?
We are literally in the Matrix. Somebody is suggesting predictive programming in 98, and that's a thing we're looking into what this means, predictive programming. It's something that's very interesting to kind of learn about. So I'm learning about that right now. But another note is that an executive producer on the film, and we talk about Hollywood films being corrupted by CIA and Israeli intelligence all the time, but one of
Read Sam Husseini's articles about that. Yeah.
But we know this happens all the time in Hollywood. Yeah. We do it. We cover it like regularly. But one guy named Ernon Michelin was an ex-Israeli arms dealer and former intelligence officer who also coined the name Snake Eyes and made the film be called Snake Eyes because it was a personal reference. It was a little like Easter egg for himself, that it was a reference to his covert past as an Israeli spy and arms dealer. So that we know. That's on Google AI. It's probably been taken off since, but that was the actual Google AI reference to where they got the name from. And it's literally from this guy, Ernon Milshan, who was an Israeli arms dealer and former intelligence officer. So there you go, guys. Go check out the film. It should be a fun little getaway from the chaos we were living in, and just a little fun, nothing to see here film. Just if you want a little Nick Cage action packed film, that's the recommendation. Kelly,
okay, well, my parting words are: don't fall for the left-right division crap. You don't have to agree with everybody on everything. And you don't, of course, have to stand for any racist, really awful stuff people say. But you don't have to be like against every single person on the other side of the aisle. I mean, I just think that's the answer. So thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kelly, for the amazing conversation today. And we'll have you back here again. Thank you so much. Okay.
Cool. All right. Bye.
Kelly Lane, everybody. Great conversation. This is important, guys. This is what keeps us going, keeps our brains thinking, critically thinking, and doing our own research, looking back at stuff, analyzing stuff. By the way, it's also important to relook at things, right? And I'm not just talking about the Snake Eyes film, because there's obviously, if you saw that back in 98, you wouldn't have, there's no reason it would cross your mind that was anything to be suspect of. But movie aside, crazy movie aside, when we look at stuff that maybe at the time we saw it, we weren't paying close enough attention, it's good to go back and revisit. We've been doing a lot of that on the show. We've been doing, we revisited 9/11. You guys know that during the last, anniversary of that. These things with Charlie Kirk, it's good to go back and look at some stuff that maybe we brushed off before. But now we're like, interesting. And we look at the timeline. We look at the timestamp. Those are skills of good investigation. People with good investigation skills can do that, can separate emotion, take emotion out of it, and look with reason, critical thinking skills. Now, look, it's okay to be emotional, I think, when we present information, but make no mistake, when I do investigation, I don't go in emotional about the investigation. I go in as clear of a head as possible. And I think Charlie Kirk is a great example of doing that. And I told Craig and Fee the same thing. I said, hey, just so you guys know, I dived into this that day, on that Wednesday, knowing that we had the show the next day and it was going to be our last one for a while. And I wanted to get this right. So I did everything I could to get as much information from an unbiased, non-emotional place. And the stuff we came up with seems to still hold true. However many weeks later, we're 3 weeks later, almost. And here we are. So we're almost at the 3-week mark tomorrow. That'll be 21 days. And here we are. And it looks like our work is holding up. It looks like it's holding up. And that's a good sign. That means we're doing something right. Okay. With that said, let's go ahead and get to our next segment right about now. Yeah, we're gonna do the Israel TikTok story. Okay, I think we're ready for that. Let me make sure I got everybody. Everybody is good to go. We'll get to you guys. I see some good comments on here. Rumble, YouTube, guys, go check our YouTube out. Go check our YouTube out. We're seeing some action on there right now, but we want some more action. You guys should check our YouTube out. Just, get on right now because we're going to keep building the channel. Now that we finally got the green light from Google, which I am so shocked. I'm shocked that they allowed this channel, our second channel. The first one they didn't allow. They shut us down. They said, you're terminated for having dangerous discussions on YouTube. But now, apparently we've been monetized. We're legit. We're signed off on. Google has approved us. So go follow us on THL Presents. I know we have to deal with shadow banning and suppression of our channel, but at least we exist. And the more you guys engage on it, the more we can have the algorithm, as they say, the algorithm can work for us, not against us. We're also on Twitter right now, Homeless Left and Matt Weinglass on Twitter. And if you guys are in the LA area, you're part of our Facebook group, which is not the Homeless Left, just my own Facebook, but you guys can also watch the streaming there right now. That's more for the local LA people because we like to let them know we're here for you too. We're here for you too. We know California's been just bombarded with insanity here, and we want to give you guys an opportunity to have an outlet where you'll have conversations and asking honest questions and you be able to use your critical thinking skills. That's what we're about. Don't forget, you also can support us on Locals. We love the support we've had on Locals. It's cool to have either like you can do a one-time or monthly. It's very cool when we see that type of engagement because it makes us think that, hey, we're doing a good job and we want to keep going. We don't want to stop. With that said, I think it's time for the Israel buying TikTok story. Let's start with the headline. Here's the headline. Israel wins TikTok. Larry Ellison, he's the owner of Oracle. And you guys know Larry Ellison was the guy that Trump sat down with to talk about AI and his star technology and how we're going to have people having their mRNA shots done by AI doctors in the near future. Yes, that's Larry Ellison. With a constellation of billionaires, will finally get their way buying the very app they wanted to kill a year ago for being too pro-Palestinian. Huh. Well, I guess they pulled it off. Let's look at this. So a year ago, you guys remember this, powerful critics in Congress in the tech world were complaining that TikTok was promoting anti-Israel messaging and were suggesting it needed to be shut down. Now, I don't know if the responsible statecraft outlet fully got that description of what happened, but the accurate version is that they were lying to us and telling us that China had infected TikTok. And that's why we needed to shut it down. So I think they're missing that part. But we knew what the real reason was. It was because they didn't want anti-Israel messaging on that platform. So fast forward, turns out it didn't need to be eliminated. TikTok is a message force multiplier after all. It only requires apparently the right people to own it. I love that. The right people to own it. What the hell does that mean? I am perplexed by that sentiment. What does that mean? The right people to own it. Okay, I'm gonna let that one sit. The right people to own it. Okay. Like Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, the second richest man in the world and the single biggest private donor of the Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, who has referred to the state of Israel as his own. He has direct stakes in the head-spinning galaxy of news, television, and Hollywood media companies. Watch out. Responsible statecraft, you better watch out. You're sounding a bit anti-Semitic, accusing an Israeli guy of owning everything. That sounds very hateful. That sounds hateful to me. You better watch your mouth, responsible statecraft. That sounds hateful. To say Larry Ellison's the only one allowed to say that he owns everything. You're not allowed to say it. Okay. Who has referred to the state of Israel? Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. He has a direct stake in the head-spinning galaxy of news, television, Hollywood. Yeah, we covered that. Okay. Mainly through the recent Paramount Skydance Corporation takeover, a mega conglomerate now run by his own son, David, who is reportedly on the cusp of making vigilante pro-Israel journalist Barry Wise a top exec. We covered that earlier when that happened. That was acquired by CBS. So Ellison, the elder, the main dude, also is a majority stakeholder at X. Oh, and Tesla to add fuel to the fire. Tesla as well. That's awesome. Glenn Greenwald tweets out, easily one of the most consequential yet overlooked events of 2025. Larry Ellison, the mega billionaire, Oracle founder, and the IDF's largest private donor, is now taking control of CBS, Paramount, TikTok, and likely CNN. He won't just control content, but also user data. Yeah, you think Israel won? Yeah, you might be right about that. So here's a clip of Ellison. We know these guys love to talk. They love to brag. They love to give away their philosophies that are very diabolical, and they just say it out loud. Here's if you guys don't know Larry Ellison, here he is. Enjoy this little sentiment about what he thinks his right to do as far as controlling us. How do you control people? Well, tell us, Larry, how do you control people?
Will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording everything that's going on. We're watching you, right? Robert De Niro, we're watching you. Circle of trust. The consequences for being out of the circle of trust is a lot worse than what Robert De Niro was going to do to you in Meet the Parents. A lot worse than you can't be with my daughter. Anyways, there's consequences. All right. Let's look at how did Ellison get to this point? How was he able to do this on his own accord through the nature of natural, just organic capitalism, the way capitalism's supposed to work? You just naturally, it just happens, and somebody wins the monopoly board, and it's just totally legit organic shit, the thing that we all signed up for, right, guys? Like American exceptionalism? Or was there something else involved in that? Let's hear what Jonathan Greenblatt, ADL, has to say about how important it is that we capture these media companies.
You must take this deadly seriously. Pushing extremists off Wikipedia might not seem equal to the challenge of pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon. Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen. But this is urgent.
So just be clear, if you can't, I know that's a low volume there, but to be clear, he's saying capturing TikTok is essential. He's saying it's urgent to capture TikTok. Like, he's saying it. So that doesn't sound natural to me. That doesn't sound like let the market speak for itself. That when you talk about capture, what does that look like? Capture. And who's we? Who are you representing? Well, obviously we know you're representing Israel. That's what you're representing. And so is Ellison, as we were told. Ellison himself says, I represent Israel. Okay. So capturing TikTok was the plan. Let's hear. I think he has a little more on this one. But yeah, I'm sorry about the volume on it, but pay attention here. Just a little more.
Because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
The next war will be decided by how Israel and the U.S. performs online as well as offline. The war will be decided, the next war. So what are we talking about? Iran? What next war? It's going to be decided by how well we perform. Are you guys hearing this? Are you guys angry enough at this point? You talk about, we know the left loves to talk about Trump's taking our democracy, our freedoms. Do you see this garbage? Do you see that this exists independently of Trump, that it could be Kamala, it could be Biden? It doesn't matter. We've seen this build and build throughout the decades. We know that Bill Clinton in 1996 is the one that passed the Telecommunications Act. If you want to look for a starting point at the media takeover, you go back to 1996, the Telecommunications Act, which allowed 50 independent media companies to be downsized into 6. Did you know that? Owned by the same billionaire class. And now we have this social media problem. We got to capture the social. We have to take control. This is urgent. This is urgent. Who's we? I thought a billionaire had the freedom to do what they want, because especially the good billionaires, that's what the Democratic Party told me. There's good billionaires and bad billionaires. Is the Democrat jury still out on Jonathan Greenblatt? Are they still out on Larry Ellison, the second richest man in the planet? Did we have an opinion sent to us yet? Remember, your tribe has to give you, if you're a part of the tribe, the Democratic Party, they tell you what to think. They tell you who the good billionaire is and who the bad one is. Obviously, Zuckerberg and Bezos used to be good. By the way, Bezos was good during COVID. He was the one handling Amazon and getting our stuff to us in time of need, because we were all in this together, sitting in our houses by ourselves with 4 masks, talking through screens. Yeah, he was a good guy. Remember that his Washington Post outlet was for Biden, for the Democrats, and then he voted for Trump. He went over. Oh, bad billionaire now. Bad. Bill Gates, good billionaire. Right? Mark Zuckerberg, bad, because Mark Zuckerberg admitted that he was conned. Well, I don't want to say conned, but he played along. He played along with the censorship on his platform. Now he's voting for Trump. Oh, bad. Bad. Larry Ellison, I'm asking you, if any of you Dems, lifelong Dems, I used to be one. If any of you are watching right now, can you please tell me, did your top-down orders give you an opinion yet to have on Larry Ellison? Have you been told what to think about him yet? Are you still waiting? Is this the first time you're hearing? I'm curious. Is this the first time you're hearing about him? Because they didn't tell you. Second richest man in the world. Yeah, we're too busy hating Elon Musk. He was good. Now he's bad. We had his Tesla, but now he's bad. He's a Nazi. Well, Elon Musk is the furthest thing from unless you are going to compare Zionists to Nazis, then that would be the way you can get to Nazi, but not the way they told you. Not the way they told you. That not like that. No. Very pro-Israel on his platform. And I'm gonna prove to you how pro-Israel Elon is on this next clip. Let's tie it all together. You guys ready? You want to tie the whole thing together into one big bow and ship it off to grandma? Are you guys ready? Let's look at BB. BB. That's our affectionate name, our ironic, affectionate name for him. But we know him as Satan Yahoo. Okay. Here's a filmed clip from an actual meeting Netanyahu is having with his infamous TikTok influencers. He's going to tell you how we're doing this deal, what this looks like, how we get TikTok, what that plane is going to look like for the influencers that he's buying off. Make no mistake, he flies these young people out to Israel. He kisses their ass. He gives them a ton of money, and then he educates them on how to talk to their audience. It's total capture in real time. And he's filming. This is filmed, and he doesn't care this goes out. But he's going to tell you about the TikTok scam. He's also going to tell you that Twitter is next, and that Elon is our good buddy, and we just need to nudge him enough. Take it away, Satan Yahoo.
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant.
That's a brilliant propaganda. That's what we're going to do with Candace, by the way. That's what we're going to do with Tucker. We're going to call him not the woke right anymore. That wasn't sticking. Woke left, that kind of sticks. We like that one. Woke left. Woke right, it doesn't really stick. Let's go with woke Reich. That's good. Yeah, genius. Give that guy, whoever had that idea, give him a raise, BB. Give him a raise.
The woke right, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're loonies. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay, and you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is class. TikTok.
Class. Who knows the answer? Raise your hand, class. Raise your hand. The final's coming up. You got to get an A if you want your $50 million or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, TikTok, most important one. Larry Ellison and gang. Yep.
TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. That's very good. And, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight, okay? To give direction to the Jewish people and give direction to our non-Jewish friends or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No. Will there be a strong counterpart? Yes.
Wow. So he's telling us the plan. And the amount of money he's paying these idiots, and they're complete idiots. Whoever's taking this money, pretending to be, organic about their opinions. This very, very young, you guys are going to see, I'm going to give you guys an example of one of them. It's pretty twisted stuff. Actually, Max Blumenthal tweeted one of them out, shared this. It's kind of gone viral because it's so bad. They did a really bad job with this one. I'm going to show it to you if you haven't seen it yet. But just a breakdown of who you're about to look at. These are the best, as Max says, the best conservative influencers Israel can buy. So these are two of them that were sitting at that table. Emily Austin. She was one who actually participated in the Epstein Binders hoax. You guys remember that one where they all went like this. So he was at that influencer meeting that you just saw the clip from Netanyahu. Another one is Javier Durosa, who attended the meeting as well. It was the secret. I like how they say secret, and it was a secret Hamptons influencer summit with Bill Ackman, and then junketed it off to Israel. So there's that. So they've been flying them around, putting them in rooms with people, and BB telling them exactly, class, here's your education for the day, class. Now get back to work. So here's what these two came up with. This is their little, we're going to go apply what we learned from the class, and we're going to go put it out to our influencers. Gear up, guys. Have your seatbelts fastened. This is going to be a bumpy one. Here you go. Emily Austin and Javier Durosa. Take it away.
Supporting people who start wars just to lose the wars so they can cry about it and then try it all again.
You must see anti-Semites are literally obsessed with Jews. Now walk with me. While you must see anti-Semites are stacking eviction notices, Jews are out here stacking up businesses.
Jews control all the industries. Maybe if you spent more time taking notes from successful people, you wouldn't have to spend your nights and weekends spreading hate from your anonymous account with an anime profile picture.
Do you work as hard as Jews? Do you network like Jews? No, because you're too busy cheering on a group of musty terrorists who smell like dirty earring backs. And if we're going to keep it real, you're really mad because your income is giving side hustle.
Period.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Oh my God. They are really punching down on this one. Why can't you guys work as hard as the Jews do? Watch out. Sound a little anti-Semitic. Why are you guys complaining so much? Why are you guys calling out shit when you should be hustling and behave more like Jews do, because they don't have time to call out shit. They're too busy hustling. Why don't you guys hustle more? Like, we're hustling. And these characters, I don't know who this is for. Can you guys tell me what audience this is for? It's so weird, but yeah, finish it up here, Bill Bellamy-ish guy.
Gonna hate from outside, Shabbat. You can't even get in.
Oh my God. The smoothies and the headsets. Oh my God. This is, I don't see how this can possibly work. I really don't. But we won't end on that note, because because these two don't know what the hell, just because they are misstepping with something in the communication isn't working. I don't think that's going to be effective. That doesn't mean they don't have effective tools in place right now. And I would say we need to be a little more concerned about the people behind the keyboards that are doing the algorithm shifting and the effing with Google, and the effing with Wikipedia, and the effing with TikTok itself. When you go on TikTok and you do search words, I would be a little more concerned about that. And it seems like we need to be, because we found this. Mads Palvik tweeted this out 1 week after Jewish Zionist Larry Ellison takes over TikTok. When searching for Israel's terror attack on USS Liberty, this is what comes up on TikTok. When you do the search, it gives you facts about the Holocaust. Remember to consult trusted sources to prevent the spread of hate and misinformation. Congratulations, Israel. You did it. You did it. The headline's right. Israel wins TikTok. Take your gold medal. Congrats. You did it. God, I hope we can hang on to Twitter a little longer. Just a little longer. We'll enjoy it while we can, guys, right? Okay. Moving on. I'm going to get to you guys in just a moment on the talking back, but I do want to give you guys an update. I do want to give you guys an update on the flotilla. That's important. So let me just set that up here. We did have that in the headline, and this is an ongoing story, and I think it's really, really important that we keep an eye on this one. So setting this one up for you guys now, and then get your questions and comments ready. We know we got a bunch on Rumble and YouTube, primarily on Rumble, which is awesome. But I'll be getting to those in just a second. Let me just make sure we're all queued up for the flotilla story. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. The flotilla, it looks like we're counting down the hours right now before it makes landfall in Gaza. This is huge. This is historic. We've never seen anything quite this remarkable when it comes to an alliance of these different ships and teams that are coming together from different countries. Let's look at where we are right now. This was as of just a few hours ago. We are less than 200 nautical meters from Gaza, 50 from the high-risk zone. High-risk zone. Demand safe passage. So things are getting scary, guys. Things are getting scary. Let's take a look at the people behind it now, because we know that it's obviously started with Greta Thunberg's group, and it's only been multiplying since. And this is her second attempt at it. We know that Christian Smalls also was part of one that had happened, and those ones, I don't want to say failed, but they were captured, and in some cases tortured before they were released and sent back home. So this has been trial and error. And even this one started out bad with bad weather when they first started. They had to reset again. So here we are. Fast forward a few weeks now. This one's about to make landfall. I think we do have a clip. This was aired live earlier, I think either early this morning or from last night. But this is a live shot of, I think, a Greece team that caught up with them and are also traveling with them. The Greek flag. Yeah, so it's good to see it, just kind of a uniting going on here. Here we go.
All eyes on Gaza, all eyes on the fleet.
So yeah, this is excellent news that they're all teaming up and doing this and are so close to the destination. I don't know if everyone saw this coming. I know there were some people that thought the first few attempts were just publicity stunts, not necessarily moving the ball forward. I mean, if you're somebody in Palestine who's suffering, literally starving to death, if you're even still alive, you've lost your families and friends, you're suffering more than anything that we could possibly imagine. Starvation is, I think, next to burning alive is the second worst way to die. I think I saw the list. I think drowning is third. So starvation is the second only to burning alive from fire. This is a big deal. This one might actually make it. There's only three things that can happen at this point. One, they get fired upon, which would be detrimental, I believe, to Israel because of the countries behind it. Two, they might make it. There might not be firing, but there will be resistance. There'll be some sort of resistance that's less intense, which might happen. Three, they might actually make it. They might actually make it, which nobody thought was actually a thing based on the way Israel has been behaving and calling this a terrorist trip, calling them Hamas supporters, all the names you can call in the book, but threatening them, saying that they are in enemy territories, even though they are in international waters. And if Israel fires on all, this might be declared war on NATO, and Israel would have to then face NATO. If you follow the rule book of NATO, this would be firing on NATO. Well, let's see. I know there was some different opinions, or people were reporting on which countries actually were involved. This is the most up-to-date, exact one I can get. Again, this has been changing on a day-to-day basis, hour-to-hour basis at this point, but this is the best one I think we found to give you kind of a breakdown of what has been transpiring over the last 3 to 4 days. Check this out.
The Gaza aid flotilla could reach Gaza, unless something serious happens first. The Gaza aid flotilla is still moving forward, and now Europe's navies are caught in the middle. The global Sumud flotilla has left Greek waters and is going east toward Gaza, even after many warnings from Israel. On board, climate activist Greta Thunberg said she is not afraid of Israel and promised the ship will not turn back. Italy has said it will send only one Navy ship, not two, and it will not escort the flotilla, a softer move than people expected. Greece has promised safe travel inside its waters because Greek citizens are also on board. But the biggest change is from Spain. Spain's prime minister said a warship will go with the flotilla for protection after recent drone attacks. He called it a strictly humanitarian mission, and Spain's foreign minister said the flotilla is no threat to anyone, even Israel. Now Italy is stepping back, Spain is stepping up, and Israel says it will stop the flotilla. The Mediterranean Sea is now the center of a very tense situation. If nothing stops them, in just 2 days the flotilla will be at Gaza's shore. But will it be allowed to arrive, or will a fight start first? Do you think the flotilla will reach Gaza, or will conflict start first?
Okay, so they said in 2 days. This was, I think, about a day and change ago. So we're in under the last 24 hours right now, just to be clear on the timeline. And yes, again, there's different speculations on an analysis on what each of these countries was going to be doing. But it seems that, obviously Spain, Italy, they are all on board here the best they can. Now they have to put up with conflict from their own government. But why did this even get started? Let's remind people that it started in the street. It started with the dock workers, particularly in Italy. This is why it started, because the dock workers who control their job is to control the the in and out of supplies to Israel. So if they don't show up, Israel doesn't get supplies. It's a form of worker back sanctioning that you don't need to rely on your government to do. You just do it. You just say, if you attack the flotilla, we are cutting off your supply. That's the workers. So I want to remind you guys, this is how you force things to happen. You have to force your government to do things. They're not going to do it on their own. They're not going to do it out of a moral compass. They're going to do it because the workers demand it. Here you go. This is how this thing began. Okay, let me turn the volume down. They refused to participate in trade with Israel during the blockade and assault on Gaza. So this started about, I guess, 9 days ago from in Italy. Okay, here we go. We want to pin Israel down and make them stop. What is happening is no longer by any viewpoint. The doctor strike paralyzed one of Europe's most important ports, which handles 14,000 containers of cargo and weapons. Dock workers caught us blocking weapons cannot be a crime. We must put an end to the world's complicity and denial of this genocide. With estimated 350 to 550,000 workers participating across Italy, basically they're saying this could make the difference. Following the attacks on the flotilla, the dockers pledged that organized labor would continue to escalate resistance tactics. So they're not letting up. They're not letting up. Good for them. The best way to stop this is to halt the arms trade and cut financial ties with them. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Because isn't that what all the college campuses here have been saying, to divest to their colleges, divest in Israel funding? And isn't that what they've all been getting in trouble for and getting arrested for and losing their scholarships and losing their, getting expelled and getting blackballed in their industry? Is it getting, and not to mention getting beat the hell up by Zionists when they are in their encampments on their college campuses doing their protesting? We've been covering that. Isn't that what this is about? And that's exactly true. And I'm asking that. The answer is yes. That is what it's about. That's what protesting looks like. You bring your demands. And if you're in a position like the workers are in Italy, you're in a position where you don't need to ask an institution to do it. You can just do it because that's what your job is to do. And you can just say, we're not doing our job, which gives them a lot more power than students. And that's unfortunate that students don't have as much power at all. I'm going to throw, let me finish this one up here. To the working class, I say, inside ourselves, we have and only to let them out. There you go. There you go. This is where we're at. This is the latest update I have just to show you guys. It looks like, and this was from like an hour. I think I grabbed this about an hour ago. So this is about 2 hours ago. This is the biggest update I have. If you guys have any more, put them in the comments. We'll talk to you guys in a second here on Talking Back. But we are a few hours from crossing into the danger zone. This is happening right now, guys. They're probably crossing right now as we speak, where based on past precedent, Israel might intercept us. This is the moment of truth. It's happening right now. The Italian Navy has said that its frigate will leave at this point, but offer participants the opportunity to return to shore. We are unsure about Spain and Turkey ships. Okay. Unsure about Spain and Turkey. However, it looks like he's saying, I am confident nobody will take Italy up on their offer. In other words, they're going to stay put. Awesome. Our sights are set firmly on Gaza. We are going all the way. Okay. Well, that's great news. That's great news. Again, this is happening in real time, guys. If they make it into the danger zone, we're going to break to a breaking news for that. And we're going to hope that it does not involve any aggression from Israel, because they're probably in a corner now. I'm not going to say they're in that the flotilla is in the clear, not by any means, because we know the extent Israel goes at their psychopath behavior, that anybody else in their situation, you'd say, oh no, they'd have to let them in now, right? That's like the game of chess. Like you've been checkmated, the game's over. But no, Israel doesn't allow to lose the game. They'll cheat, they'll move the pieces around. So you have to be real careful right now. But this is it, guys. It's happening right now. The moment of truth. Let's hope they make it. Let's hope they make it. Okay. Let's do this. I think it's time to do a little talking back with you guys before our next guest comes in. Yeah, we're going to be doing some LA ice raids discussion with a local here. You don't want to miss that. That is going to be insane. And then we also have some we know what it's not, some Maha updates for you as well. So we still got a lot more show, but I think we're going to do a little talking back. Let's take a 2-minute, and then I'll be right back with your guys' comments on our platform. So don't forget, it's Rumble, and I'll throw it up one more time. You can chime in on Rumble, you can chime in on Twitter, or you can chime in on YouTube. And I saw a couple. We're going to get to the Facebook too. I actually saw a few on there. Sean, I'm talking to you. I'm going to get you up on this one. Facebook, you guys can also do it on Facebook. But yeah, and show us our support on locals. Really appreciate it, guys. We'll be back after this. Hell, let's just do it. Let's just do a little. You guys know our sponsor. You guys know World Harvest Food Bank. Yeah, let's do a little World Harvest Food Bank. If you guys know them already, that's all good. Go grab a bathroom break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, let me take a moment to introduce you to our good friends over at World Harvest Food Bank right here in LA. World Harvest has been serving families across Los Angeles for 18 years now, and they started with this simple idea. Everyone deserves access to healthy, affordable food no matter what they're going through. With their Cart with a Heart program, families can walk away with a full cart of groceries, fresh produce, dairy, meat, and pantry supplies for just a $50 contribution. That's for the entire cart. That same cart will cost over $300 at a typical grocery store. At World Harvest, everyone is welcome. They don't ask for income verification, ID, or any paperwork. No. Basically, their doors are open to anyone who's doing their best, but just needs a little extra push to get by. If you're an Angelino like me, you know the times have been tough here. First with all the union strikes, the LA fires, and now the ice raids going on. It seems like we're living in a constant state of uncertainty. And that's why it's so important to support local charities like World Harvest, because they aren't just helping the community. They're an essential function in its very survival. World Harvest is located at Venice and Arlington. And right now, you can use our special discount code THL20 for 20% off your contribution amount at checkout. And if you're not in the LA area, you can still help out with a $50 donation, which will provide a full cart of food for a family by going to worldharvestfoodbank.org or scan the QR code for more info. Or you can just spread the word. Follow them online. Let people know they're here for them, because at the end of the day, it's about providing choice, access, and relief without barriers. World Harvest Food Bank. End hunger now. Okay, here we go. Talking back with Matt today. Guys, thanks for being part of our returning show. We've been out for 2 weeks, but we're back in full force. We've had a great discussion here with Kelly Lane talking Charlie Kirk theater. Basically, it's all one big Hollywood movie script, and that's the name of the show today. To borrow from Shakespeare, all the world's a stage, and that's what we're looking at today. Whether it's the activity going on with Israel coming over and meeting with Trump yet again, coming up with this total scam bill for peace in Gaza, the 20-point peace plan, which is a total scam. We got into that. Also, Israel buying TikTok. That's a big problem. Twitter could be next. It looks like it is coming next. So we're definitely in trouble there. But yeah, the storylines are all theater designed to keep us in our camps. But you guys know that. That's why you watch our show, because you know that we're here to call that out and start looking at things a little more with critical thinking skills. So with that said, let's go ahead and get to a couple of your guys' feedback. Here we go. Let's start near the top here. Yes, thanks, Leslie. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you so much. And we hope Leslie's going to come back with us as well, hopefully on Thursday's show. We'll see. We do appreciate it. Robin Forrest, welcome back. Thank you so much. And non-tribal guy, hi, everyone. Let's do this. I really appreciate it. Yes. And yes, thank you, Ed Rams. Was on Garland earlier. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. With that, let's see. Yes, Child of God on YouTube. It's all WrestleMania. That's what Shakespeare means when he says all the world's a stage. It's all WrestleMania. It's all characters that are assigned, and we get excited about those characters, and they get in the ring. And at the end of the day, these guys are all backstage, laughing it up, clapping it up. This is the stuff we don't want to look at that part, right? We don't want to see the part about them being friends, buddy, going to each other's weddings. Trump and Hillary, Trump and Clinton, right? On the golf course together. Biden and Trump, high-fiving, slapping face. Obama showing up at the funeral, the Carter funeral, laughing along, joking along with Trump. We ignore those. Oh, that doesn't fit into the narrative. That doesn't fit. Because you wouldn't be laughing it up with Hitler, and I thought Trump was Hitler, so that's weird, right? No, they're all on the same team. They're all got their scripts. That's how it goes. And thanks for tuning in. LT Oracle of Truth. Good afternoon, non-essential humans. I love it. Yep, exactly true. Red team, blue team, so tribal. Let's see what else we got going. Yeah, isn't that interesting? We don't get. Thank you, Zarida, Bibi, Milkolsky. That's weird. That doesn't sound like a Jewish name. A guy entitled to the promised land. That's weird. Why don't they tell us that? That's his real name. That's funny. Yeah, exactly, Leslie. Yuck, Benjamin. Exactly. Yes, and of course, common sense leads to critical thinking. That's the point. Thank you so much. Let's see what here. Gaza Lago planned. Yeah, Mar-a-Lago. I get the reference. Thanks for that one. Unfortunately, that sounds very true. Evie Burke, thanks for tuning in. AK Indigenous Native people to the land, asking them to leave and stand down. Huh? Yeah, right. Ed Rams, yes, total mega, the greater project. Make Israel great again. Exactly. And yes, Ed Rams, we were so happy to have Kelly Lane on us. If you guys missed the interview, you can go back and watch it. We keep the lives up, or we'll upload the interview itself. But we had a very deep dive discussion about Charlie Kirk and everything going on behind the scenes, and we try to stay up on that. So yeah, absolutely, we were glad to have her on. Thank you for that. let's see what else we got here. Yeah, Leslie, this is a reference to Tyler Robinson's parents. Apparently, Candace Owens is the only one reporting on this. The parents and what they have to say, let alone their son is not confessing, despite what the media is telling you that he confessed. No, he didn't. He's not pleading guilty on this. And his parents are saying everything seems twisted about this. That's not him in that picture. You guys saw the picture of him, the security cam, and he's got the sunglasses on. That looks suspect. Candace said that looks suspect. The parents now have confirmed that's not our son. You know who is his son? Their son? The one in the Dairy Queen picture. That one is their son. Interesting. You think they'd be on CNN and Fox and MSNBC telling their story? No, they don't want to hear from them. That's weird. I thought journalism was about hearing from all the different people, and like you could get a lot of ratings for that, right? If you brought on Tyler Robinson's parents, that would be cool. Wouldn't they want to have? No, can't do that. It's top-down instruction, guys. That's why we know it's not honest journalism. That's how we know. That's how we know. Let's see. Thank you guys all for tuning in. Jokers for you. Thanks for tuning in. If they really go through with the military occupation of U.S. cities and using the military to target citizens, then it shows they're going for World War III with China. Yep. Good call, Jokers for you. Really appreciate that. Follow that up with it. Also shows that they will not stop with Greater Israel because only a World War III situation with China will allow them to make any of that actually work. Thank you for that, Jokers. Let's see. Yeah, longtime listener, I do agree. No, talking about Russiagate did not lead to Charlie Kirk's assassination. I fully agree with you. The hubbub about Russiagate from Trump's administration is to cover up the Epstein scandal. We don't talk enough about the Epstein scandal. We should talk about Epstein every single day because that's what is being covered up. You're 100% right about that. We totally agree. But at the same time, I do appreciate Kelly sharing with us some of that insight that Charlie did have. And he did actually sound like we call him, he's an extremist as far as the powers that be were concerned. They don't want him talking about the things he was talking about, especially the Israel stuff. But, however, when he was talking, we decide to say, oh, he doesn't look like he's punching down at people. It doesn't look like he's blaming Democrats for voting for Biden and Kamala. It looks like that he's blaming the apparatus that got them to hate Russia, got them to be afraid of Putin. That's interesting to me. That is interesting to me because I was told Charlie Kirk likes punching down on people and hating on people, especially people he disagrees with, like Democrats. So why did he have such a thoughtful commentary on how we got to where we were? And he's actually challenging power in that situation. So I'm definitely I'm glad we got to see that insight there because I hadn't seen that otherwise. Another longtime listener, Bill Maher's podcast, Club Random. That's the one I referenced. I wish I had it queued up, but that was the moment that Charlie Kirk, on just a random side note, said to Bill Maher when they were chilling on Club Random. He says, "Oh yeah, Israeli security is the best. I have Israeli security, so I know." And then Bill Maher laughs back. That part of the interview was taken off of Bill Maher's channel. Interesting. I should find the clip and I should play it right now. That will be on the replay. And yes, I love Club Random. Thank you for that. And yeah, Club Random. Yes. Now, do I love Club Random? No. But you know what I do love about Club Random? Every once in a while, you get somebody on there like Ice Cube. Go back and watch that one. If you guys that are fans of Club Random, go back and watch Ice Cube tell Bill Maher that the CIA Mossad was controlling the hip hop industry in the 80s when NWA was coming out. And Bill Maher goes, "Oh, come on, Cube. You guys wrote the songs. You guys wrote Fuck the Police. They didn't write the songs. What do you mean they controlled it?" And now Ice Cube says, "Yeah, we wrote the songs, Bill. We wrote a lot of songs. Guess which ones they hand selected and said, this is the one we're going for. Fuck the Police." And then they're gonna pretend that NWA was doing it against their better judgment. Oh, why are you guys doing this music? Oh, so that was all an act. He was explaining that to Bill Maher. That was an act to send the message to the community and to music listeners that the hip hop community was dangerous, and it really got us more divided. Actually, let's see here. I think I have a little frozen issue. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I hope you all hung on there for a minute. Yeah, little problem with not with Rumble. This was a problem with StreamYard, and I think we got it fixed. Let me make sure we still have our feed. Let me see here. Are you guys seeing me? Okay, I think we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sorry about that. Let's hold on. Let me get to a few more. You know, what we might have to do is come back to talking back with you guys in just a bit. Yeah, we'll have to do that. I might have to move on. Let me do one more comment here, and I'll go ahead and do the second half because we're gonna have our next guest come in here in just a moment. I don't want to be late for him, and we want to start this next segment here soon. So let's do this. Yeah, we were talking Club Random. I'll end with that, and then we'll come back. We'll come back to you guys in a little bit. Yeah, we were talking Club Random, and now you guys should watch it when every once in a while Bill Maher gets called out. But he is a true Zionist, atheist Zionist, which is interesting. But then again, we know that's where Zionism originated from a place where people knew that they could create a thing that could capture religions and play them against each other. And Bill Maher is totally a victim of. I hate the word victim. He's totally part of that problem, saying, "Oh, I don't like religion, but you know, between the three of them, because there's only three, by the way." But between the three, come on, guys, Islam is the worst. It's the worst. So that's how you get Zionism from atheism. I don't like any of them, but if I had to choose, I would take Christianity and Judaism over Islam any day. That's the stance of an atheist Zionist. Very dangerous, very, very dangerous mindset because you go into every conversation with that predetermination of what is worse than what is not as bad versus what is really bad. And that's not honest. Honest atheism is to say, hey, it all can go bad. Okay. Just be aware. All of it can go bad. Potentially. It can be used in a good way, but all of it can go bad. That's an honest atheist. So Bill Maher is not an honest atheist. Putting them in a kind of an echelon of value, as he puts it. He says it himself. So there you go. Okay. Let's go ahead and get to now. I just want to queue up this next one because we'll be bringing in our next guest here, and I'll get back to you guys' comments here soon on another half of Talking Back in a little bit. But for now, I think we need to get into the ICE story. So let's go ahead and I'm going to start with this one. Here we go. Sorry, because I had to reset in StreamYard on that little glitch, but I think we're good now. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, we got to follow up on the ICE story because we're seeing, you guys know that we had the lockdown in DC a few weeks back. Trump started talking about we have to bring action to Chicago. Now he's talking about action to Portland. What do I mean by action? Bringing military force. And the way he's describing these cities right now, the way he's describing Portland, it is not accurate. It's not okay. And it's designed to pit us against each other. We see this thing. We see this formula happen all the time, and we got to be smarter than this. Here's a recent press conference where he finger points Portland and says, we're going to take care of business there. And it's not good. It's not good. And what are we talking about? We're talking about people having a problem with ICE going around their towns and targeting people based on what they look like. And that's what they're doing. And these are people that should not, and we know for a fact because it happens here in LA. We see this happen in LA. We're literally on location watching it happen. So I'm telling you guys, the people doing this are not qualified to do their job. By the way, a lot of them are taking the bribe money to do the job. It's $50,000. You can get a sign-up bonus, put a mask over your face. They give you a gun. And you can go around and do whatever you want. That's the etiquette right now. Dean Cain will tell you that. Dean Cain will tell you he took the $50,000 bonus and he signed up because he went from Superman to supervillain overnight. Because that's what you become when you take a payout like that, a bonus sign up, because they need people. They need to find people to do this awful job that's completely anti-constitutional. Okay, you guys know my take on it, but let's hear Trump and just listen to his language. And again, this isn't about Hitler, Trump. This is about this is the model they use to pit us right and left against each other and blame everything on domestic terrorism and get one side to say, bring on the force. Bring on the force. And by the way, the left is just as guilty of this when it comes to January 6th. And you know who you are. You said the same thing. But this is what Trump is saying right now.
This is organized. They're committing acts of political terrorism on American soil. And it's time we had a government that looked out for the American people rather than the people who are committing violence against the American people.
When you go out to Portland and you see what's happening in Portland, this is like nobody's ever seen anything like it every night. And this has gone on for years. They just burned the place down. And, you know, the shop owners, most of them have left. But the few shops that are open, they just use plywood and just like 3/4-inch plywood. They don't put storefronts there because they know it's going to be burned down. These are professional agitators.
That's right.
These are bad people, and they're paid a lot of money by rich people, some of whom we know. I'm sure I know some. I don't. If I knew, I wouldn't associate because I'll be in trouble because Pam will say, "Why are you associating with this person?" But I will tell you that these are bad people, and they're paying a lot of money, millions of dollars. But take a look at Portland sometime. These are these are crazy people, and they're trying to burn down buildings, including federal buildings. And on my list of things that I want to do before we finish up with the cities, because I think we're going to whip the cities back into shape, and we have to. We cannot let our cities, and that's a small example, but it's the most violent example. It's every night, and they've done it for years. You think maybe at some point they made their point, and what are they doing? But we're going to get out there, and we're going to do a pretty big number of those people in Portland that are doing that. They're professional agitators and anarchists. They're actually anarchists, yeah. Go ahead, why don't you defend? Let's see you defend them, Jeff.
No, I'm not defending anyone. I just want, so that we can just explain this in our stories. Can you name a couple?
You don't explain it right, though, Jeff. Go ahead, let's go. Maybe let's give you another chance. Go ahead.
Antifa, Soros, what names are we talking about?
Well, Soros is a name certainly that I keep hearing. I don't know, but Soros is a name that I hear. I hear a lot of different names. I hear names of some pretty rich people that are radical left people. Maybe I hear about a guy named Reid Hoffman. Somebody's a pretty rich guy, I guess, and I hear about him. I don't know. Maybe could be him. Could be a lot of people. We hear the same names, but they're bad, and we're going to find out. And if they are funding these things, they're going to have some problems because they're agitators and they're anarchists.
Okay, so you guys see how the game is played. You guys see how the game is played. I'm going to show you how the game is actually played even closer, because this is the kind of chaos that is theatrically contrived in order to justify this type of response. Let me show you. This is what was going on in Portland by ICE. This is what ICE is doing in order to stir up the commotion and present something that's out of control, therefore justifying the reaction, which is always aggressive. That's how it works. You create the chaos so you can justify the aggressive reaction to the chaos. That's a tried and true formula. We see it all the time. This is the chaos created by ICE.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
So again, we've seen this time and time again since this started back in June. So over the last several months, this is what's been going on in LA. This is what goes on in Chicago. This is going on in Portland right now. It justifies this type of action from Trump at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. I'm directing Secretary of War. I love that. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa. There it is. There it is. The attacks by Antifa. When you have people protesting ICE, rightfully so, it gets turned into Antifa. Now we can look at Antifa situations. We saw during George Floyd what that means. Are they provocateurs? Trump talks about that, but he's alluding in that clip you saw. He's alluding to what? Billionaires funding it? Which billionaires? Well, I don't know. George Soros comes to mind. I don't know who. Do you think it might be possible that the same people are funding everything in order to create the chaos, therefore justifying the aggressive reaction to that chaos? I am authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for the, he always ends it with thank you for the attention to this matter. Mehdi Hassan says, if ever there was a time not to normalize Trump's authoritarian fever dreams, this is it. This should be impeachable. War ravaged Portland. He's insane and insanely power hungry. The script is set. Call it imaginary group of terror group, and then send in the troops. And this is important. That was a video of Portland yesterday. What you just saw, which is, I guess, on the 27th. This was just 4 days ago. Wake up. Their entire business model requires that us normal folk hate each other. Right on. Right on. Left versus right, white versus blacks, Latinos, immigrants, Christians versus Muslims, and so they can continue looting public money. The real enemy of the U.S. is Israel, not Antifa. Unfortunately, there's too many people like this in Portland that are ready to egg on a military state, and they have no problem saying this on camera.
So happy that Trump is sending the National Guard in here. I live in this building. We both live in this building. We've been asking for help for months, and we're finally going to get it.
When do you think they're coming?
When? Not soon enough, man. Not soon enough.
What do you want to see happen?
I want him to come in and mess them up and just annihilate these people. Whatever force they need. Whatever force they need. Gals like her and the other people that live in the building. Watch out. They're the ones. They're the ones that I'm concerned about. So they're afraid to come out of the building. So I've been coming out every night, every day to help them, to make sure that they're okay. She won't even leave the building with him.
Are you afraid of the protesters?
Very. It's an extreme mob mentality to me, which means nothing is as it should be.
So are you excited that Trump's deploying the troops here?
Very excited. I cannot wait.
I can't wait for them to leave.
Forever and ever. Amen.
And if they don't leave, I'm going to bring in the gypsy jokers.
So yeah, I unknowingly, what they are egging on again is a military state that's only going to work against everyone because they are, as they said, scared to death of the protesters. But the the environment is created by the people in power in order to justify this. And you should know, if you were rooting for the January 6th people to have due process and to be treated like normal American citizens, and now you're on the side of bringing the military, teach these people a lesson, you better stop and look in the mirror, because this is not, you're not lining up with your values. This is not okay. This is not okay. And so that was Portland. This is in Chicago. Now this is the chaos in Chicago. It's in process of happening. By the way, just to be clear on the Portland timeline, what we know is that the military will be arriving on Thursday. So we're going to have a follow-up for you guys on this in 2 days. But right now, nothing's going on. They just had to create, and we know this because we have a reporter, a journalist colleague out there right now in Portland who's telling us that nothing's actually going on right now. The ICE created a little chaos in order to justify what we said. Trump saying we're sending in military. So they will be arriving on Thursday to take care of the problem which they created. That's what's happening. And then Trump supporters are cheering this on like this is a good thing. It's not a good thing. And by the way, you have a right to yell at ICE officers just as long as you don't threaten their lives. So here's what's going on in Chicago. You guys might have seen this, but I think this is pretty funny to see this biker get chased down by ICE. And he's a delivery driver in Chicago, and he makes it away. It's actually pretty fun to watch. So check this one out. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Oh, he made it. Good for you, man. Good for you. He got away. And what was he running from? From these ICE guys that they're all take that off. What was he running? What were they so upset about? That they weren't trained for that? Probably not. And you see a lot of those guys are in masks. We talk about the 50,000 bonus they get for signing up. Dean Cain will tell you that. He took the money. He needed it. He was out of work. So they're very sensitive, very emotional. A delivery driver on a bike who's delivering food, you have to go chase him down because you don't like the way he yelled at you. So that's what we're dealing with. And we see the situation in Portland. We see the situation in Chicago. We know that these situations are created on purpose to create the divide and make us cheer on bringing in military to take you take care of those suckers over there. You take care of those problems. They're the problem. Domestic terrorists. And make no mistake, the domestic terrorist label is used on both sides. You have a short-term memory if you don't remember that the same thing was used by Biden against January 6 people. Domestic terrorism. F those people. They don't deserve trial. Round them up. So both sides are guilty of doing it, but understand that we're being pit against each other in order to justify this type of aggressive reaction, which we do every time. It's like textbook. It's textbook like clockwork. We do it here on our own soil. We also do it on foreign soil. Make no mistake, October 7th, 9/11, these are events we create in order to justify military and aggressive behavior of a reaction where we're breaking our own rules. We break our own rules, but it's for a greater good. That's the methodology. It works every time. Let's not let it work every time anymore. Okay? So that's where we are. We stand firm on this. We'll keep our eye on Portland, see how that goes down. The military coming in by Thursday. We're keeping our eye on Chicago. We're talking with Kit Cabello in Harlan's Media, keeping an eye on what's happening in Chicago. And of course, we're here in LA, and we'll keep you guys posted on that. Okay, we are moving on to our part 2 of this story now, where we are going to take it local. We are going to take it to LA because, as you guys know, we've been on the street. We've been covering the ICE raids back in July, August, September. We've been on this. We've been seeing how local businesses have been affected by this. We've seen the provocateurs in the crowd. feds. We know we've called them out, creating the situation, creating the violence in order to justify the chaos, and then getting right-winger crazy people like Laura Loomer to tweet out, send in Palantir, punish them all those Angelinos need to be taught a lesson. That's what happened over the summer. We know that's what happened. So when we see opportunities to see people fighting back against this, this is important. However, by whatever means, what does that look like? Legally, can we do that? Well, we did see one story of somebody actually fighting back on this because of a personal situation. This is a story we saw TRT cover. I'm going to play you a little clip of it, and I'm going to tell you what's happening with this, and then we'll be bringing in our guest here. This is from TRT, which aired just a week ago. Here we go.
This tense encounter with federal agents still leaves Brian GAVIDIA rattled because despite repeatedly telling them he was a U.S. citizen, they didn't believe him.
I'm scared because at the end of the day, I told them I'm American. I stated I'm American many times. They didn't care. If I didn't have my ID, what would have happened to me? I don't know. There's people that have been gone missing for days. I could have been just like them.
GAVIDIA has joined a lawsuit accusing federal agents of blatant racial profiling. But the Supreme Court halted the case, clearing the way for agents to stop people on appearance or language. The 29-year-old Los Angeles resident, whose parents are from Mexico, now says he regrets voting for Donald Trump.
He said, yeah, let's make America great. I was for that. I wanted a better country. I wanted a strong nation, but I didn't want this. I didn't want democracy to die. I didn't want racial profiling to be a thing, especially now being allowed in the courts, in the Supreme Courts. I would have never foreseen this. That's disgusting.
Workers' unions, civil rights attorneys, and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass have condemned the ruling, warning it could erode trust in law enforcement and fuel more demonstrations across Los Angeles, the nation's second-largest city where nearly half of residents are Latino.
So following up on that story, we see, and this is from The Guardian, I will not stay quiet. LA man swept up in Trump ICE dragnet on why he's suing. Brian GAVIDIA can't sleep. It's been 3 months since federal immigration agents accosted him, twisting his arm, pushing him into a metal fence outside the LA tow yard as he tried to tell them he's a U.S. citizen. Now he frequently finds himself awake late into the night wondering, are they coming for me? GAVIDIA, 29, is a plaintiff in a major lawsuit filed by the ACLU and immigrant advocacy groups accusing Trump's administration of blatant racial profiling in operations in LA as part of the president's mass deportation campaign. GAVIDIA felt some relief in July when a judge found that federal agents were stopping people based on their race, language, or job and ordered the government to halt its indiscriminate raids. But this week, the U.S. Supreme Court's conservative majority lifted those restrictions, allowing federal agents to stop people if they appear Latino or speak Spanish, in a decision that immigration advocates warn has effectively legalized racial profiling. This news was a huge blow to GAVIDIA. They didn't hear our pleas. They disregarded humanity. They disregarded the people, he said. We fought for these rights many years ago, and apparently we're going back in time. It is not okay. Racial profiling is not okay. Let's go ahead and bring into the studio now. We have Brian GAVIDIA himself. Welcome to the show, Brian. Oh, interesting. I could see you in the bottom part. Let's try. Why don't we have you try coming in and out again, and we'll try bringing you in here again. Hold on. I see you. It's kind of frozen on the bottom. So if you can just try coming in and out. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not able to see you. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. This happens every once in a while. Not a big deal. We'll figure this out. Looks like we have a little freeze because I can see a frozen version of you in the waiting room. Would you be able to come out and come back in? Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. We'll fix this. We'll solve this. let's see if he can get the text. Okay, I think he's trying. Okay. Yes. Let's see if he can come back. We'll try this one more time. No big deal. You guys know we deal with tech issues sometimes. It's all good. We'll see if he can make it back in. Okay. Okay. I'm hearing from him right now. Okay, he's trying to come back in. We'll give it 1 second. Actually, okay. Let's go ahead and cut to a quick card and we'll figure this out. We will figure this out, guys. Let's go ahead and we'll cut to a card and we'll figure this right out. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try this again, guys. I think we're gonna try bringing him here. I see him in the waiting room. We sometimes we have this issue, but let's go ahead and see if I can add him here. And if we have any issue, we'll roll with it, guys. You know we always roll with it. We always roll with it. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring in Brian. Let's see if this will work here. Here we go. Okay. Hi, Brian. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. We got you. We hear you loud and clear. Very good. Okay. Thank you so much for being with us here on the Homeless Left today. I did hear about your story through our associate over at TRT. And it seems like a very interesting, powerful story. And I know you're in the middle. You've been through so much. Can you explain to our viewers right now how this started for you? What was the incident that led to this this fight back you're doing against ICE? What happened exactly?
First, I want to start off by saying thank you for allowing me, a voice in your platform, and I really appreciate, the invite being here. And on June 12th, man, I was in my tow yard just fixing some of my vehicles, getting ready for sale, and I was told that ICE agent is outside of my building. Out of simple curiosity, I decided to step outside, which was my mistake. Apparently, I stepped outside to see if there was any actual agents present in the business. As soon as I stepped outside, I see an ICE agent step out in between two vehicles. I didn't know at this time they were in the yard beating up my friend, essentially, Javier Ramirez. At this time, he was getting beat up. And I didn't know that at the time as I'm walking out. As soon as I see an ICE agent, I turn around instantly to pretty much walk back into the yard. When I was told by an ICE agent, stop right there. So I'm a law-abiding citizen. I stop right there. When authority tells you to stop, you stop. But what happened after that was pretty much the worst day of my life. At the end of the day, I was racial profiled. I was told to stop. I pleaded to them many times that I was an American citizen. He still grabbed me and he still pushed me to the wall. He didn't care.
Wow. So in that situation, did you feel like, so you did, obviously you followed everything they said, and they still had predetermined they were going to do this to you. And you were something about if you didn't have your license, how much worse do you think it would have been if you didn't have your ID?
I think I was at a point to almost die because I was pointed a military-style rifle to my face because I didn't know what hospital I was born in. At that point, I was the worst of the worst. At that point, I was, who knows, to these guys, you know? And I stated I was American. And I stated I had legal status. They didn't care.
So I guess this has been quite a obviously turmoil to your life, and it's probably very traumatic. You're dealing with this now, but you also were able to get on part of a legal advisory or legal team, and there's an actual case in the works that you're part of. Can you tell us a little bit about that part?
Yeah. So I joined the ACLU, and we're fighting back right now. Our goal is for the government to follow the law. That's one thing I told them. They asked me, what do you want from this? I said, I just simply want the government to follow the law, to respect the Constitution, to respect the citizens, and to respect the people of this nation. That's what I want. It's not that hard. It's not a hard plea. It's a constitutional right that we're all given, regardless of our status. We all have constitutional protections, and that's what I'm fighting for. I'm fighting for the government to follow the law.
Now, we've seen the Trump administration double down and deflect against any story like this. And you're not the only one. Believe me, guys, you guys watching, we didn't have to look hard to find Brian. This is happening in all the major cities right now. We know personally here because we've seen it happen to other people. And again, it's a horrible situation, but it's not unique to you. They're talking back and telling the public that this is not the case. They're not ICE is not racial profiling anyone. They're following the law, and that anybody making that up is adding to the problem. That's what they're saying about you. What message does this sound to you? I mean, obviously this is not something they're slopping through. This is by design. This is my assessment. What do you think? Why are they able to get away with that type of rhetoric and deflection?
And I think that's where the problem started. At the end of the day, they said it was going to be the worst of the worst. And even today, when they say, "Oh, we caught this many criminals," they say we caught the worst of the worst. So even today, they're still believing their own lies. Of course, the people that are still on that side, the MAGA, of course, they're still saying, "Oh yeah, we're doing the good thing because we're taking out the worst of the worst." But who are they taking? They're taking American citizens. They're taking our day laborers. They're taking our farm workers. So in reality, we're the worst of the worst. Are we the worst of the worst? Is that what he really meant? That's what confuses me. And that's what confuses everybody right now.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are confused. And like you said, if this is Los Angelinos, I mean, obviously there's a major, Latin, population here, but it's not all just the Latin population that is affected. Our friends, our family, our coworkers, small businesses, they're scared to do what you did. I mean, you got out in the street, you walked out there because you weren't afraid, because you were like, why should I be afraid? I'm an American citizen. And then you're like, they don't care about that. And so this is the message being sent to everyone here. And that's why there's a lot of people staying home and businesses are suffering. So we're seeing that on our end. Can I ask you this? I don't know if our viewers probably need to know this is an important detail, but we hear like you started as a Trump supporter. Can you tell us about that process for you and how that shifted? And because I think that part is very important in this story.
I would love to, I would love to. And I guess I was wrong. And I'm open to saying that, I had my business, during Trump's times. I had my business during Joe Biden's times. And during Joe Biden's times, I just seen a lot of my friends close down their businesses. I own a small dealer myself. So I seen a lot of my friends closing down their businesses, and that made me sad. It made me disgusted. These guys have been in business for many years. A lot of them even taught me how to stay in business, and to see them, close down their businesses, that was heartbreaking. I did it in hopes to fix the economy. I did it in hopes to continue staying in business. But isn't it so funny how I did this in hopes to better the economy, and yet I feel worse than ever? Yeah, I closed down my business officially. Yeah, a lot of my friends officially closed down their businesses. So in reality, we just shot ourselves in the foot. You know, we were already doing bad, and now we're doing worse because a lot of our customers are Latinos. But he never said we're going after everyday Latinos. He said we're going after the worst of the worst. That's why I felt lied to. I did feel manipulated, and it's just sad. It's sad because at the end of the day, we're not allowed to operate business. If you look at the streets, they're lonely.
Yeah.
I live in Los Angeles, East LA to be exact, and the streets are lonely. People are scared.
Yeah.
The economy is even worse right now, and it's disgusting. You know, I get people shaming me right now. Like if you read the comments, everyone is going against me because of the way I voted. But it's just so difficult to really understand. Like for example, Kamala Harris was going to do a better job. She was in there for 4 years, and I felt worse. I felt worse than ever. And then all of a sudden, she's going to come at me and tell me she's going to make America great. How? You were just there for 4 years.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, Brian, we deal with the same stuff here and we're also in the LA community. We're more on the west side, but we experience the same pushback. And I'm gonna tell you, it's worse because what a lot of us did, and it's a very small group of us, but we voted third party. We didn't vote for either of them, and we still got shit on by people saying a vote not for Kamala was a vote for Trump. And so, regardless of how you look at it, there's people coming at you for not doing the thing they wanted. And I want you to know we support you because what you went through, there's no shame in what you went through. Make no mistake, a vote against Kamala, whether it was for Trump or a third party, or if you decided to stay the hell home, was a vote to punish the party that was in charge at the time, because the party in charge at the time effed up. And they screwed a lot of people over. And if I were you, I would stand behind that sentiment and say, we need to give this other guy a chance. That's what you decided. We decided just to not vote for either. But either way you look at it, you should not be, and nobody out there should be shamed for not voting for Kamala. The person you just said, I agree with. She was there for 4 years, and look what she did. There's a list a mile long of stuff we hold her accountable for and Biden accountable for. So make no mistake, there's no regret for not getting on board Team Blue as far as we're concerned. But to have it do again, I'll ask you this: to have it to go again, what would you do if you could go back to November and go back in the voting booth?
It's even difficult because what options were we given? And I feel the same way going into these new elections. What options do we have? Who are the people that are, standing up and trying to be our leaders? Are they the right leaders? Are they the ones that are really going to take us out of this mess? Like, I feel like they're opportunists. I feel they're taking advantage of us, and they're using this time to say, I'm for you. But where were you before?
Yeah.
That's my question. Where were you before?
Yeah.
Like, don't just stand up now. Don't just use this as a political, stunt to push your agenda further. Like, that's what I'm sick and tired of. And I think that's what the people are sick and tired of. Like, we're playing the same game that we just played in the last elections. It's the same thing. You give me shit and another option is shit, but one has Febreze on it.
Yeah. No, that's it. That's exactly true. And we do this, and we say the same thing about our foreign policy. One party just sends the Republicans just send the bombs to the countries to blow up and murder people. The Democrats send the same bombs, but on the bombs, they have little rainbow flags and Black Lives Matter. So that's supposed to make us feel better about it. But like it's the same thing. You just put a little mask on the front. Same thing. They're all wolves. Some of them in sheep clothing, but what's the damn difference? They're still a wolf. So I think we aligning on that. Maybe this is an opportunity. And again, I think what you've been through is absolutely horrible. It's not unique. There's a lot of people in your situation right now, but I urge you and others not to feel that regret. Feel the opportunity right now to take this opportunity to say enough, and we can find a way to align with others that are also sick and tired of the two-party duopoly that has been tricking us all into our little camps for our whole lives. Maybe this is the time. Do you see that maybe there's a silver lining here with that sentiment as far as progressing in an area that's not tied to these two parties?
And I stated this not too long ago. It's we the people, not we the Democrats, not we the Republicans. It's we the people. Right now, we need to unite and stand strong for our nation, for our people, for our citizens. At the end of the day, we are the ones that have to stand up, and we are the ones that have to show out and tell them this is not okay. This is not right. You know, under the Constitution, it is not okay. So we need to stand up, and we need to stop, saying Democrat, Republican. We're the people. We're Americans, and we're proud Americans, and we need to fix this country. And if we must stand up, then we must stand up. Whatever it takes to fix this nation and to save this nation. Because I believe everything right now is under threat. You know, our freedom of speech, everything you can think of is under threat right now.
Yeah.
We need to stand up.
Certainly. So can you tell us what is where the lawsuit is now, or what's happening, if you're hopeful, or is it hard to gauge right now? Where are we in that process?
So it's hard to gauge without a doubt, because as you heard not too long ago, the Supreme Court, which my name was actually mentioned not too long ago in the Supreme Court, and despite the amount of evidence, despite all of that, they still went with Trump's side and said you can now legally racial profile. So just on that regard itself, we are all in danger. Any Latino man, any man that is not white is currently in danger right now.
Wow.
Man or woman.
Wow. This is scary. And like, I do actually want to ask one more follow-up question on your people close to you, the friends, family. And it sounds like you've been getting a lot of pushback and people coming at you, but how do they feel? Have you been able to connect with anybody? Or does it feel like that they've all kind of pushed you away as far as relating to your experience? And maybe have they also had aha moments here like you have? Or how do you gauge that in as far as in your arm's reach, in your circle? What is the thoughts going on there?
Right. So the people in my circle, they understand why I voted. They understand I was a business owner. They understand that I was tired of seeing my friends close down their businesses. From that aspect, they agreed with me, and they're okay with the way I voted in that instance. But at the end of the day, like, none of us wanted this. None of us wanted our communities to be destroyed. None of us wanted our farm workers, to die in their hands, because that's what we're currently seeing today in this administration. Like, we're seeing things that obviously not only are unconstitutional, they're unmoral, they're unhumane. Like, it's things that we're seeing every day that just makes us question this administration a little bit more and more. It's like, is this freedom? Is this democracy? What are we looking at? If you really look at it from the grand scope of things, it seems like we're going into Nazi territory. It seems like that's the life we're currently living today. And if we don't stand up and stop this right now, we won't have the freedoms we have and we enjoy and we love about America today. That's the problem. We can't stay quiet. We can't stand down, because we're losing every day this beautiful journey, this beautiful path that we fought for many years. And I'm not saying me, I'm saying the brothers behind me, the ones that fought, and they lost their lives. So out of respect for them, I must continue this fight.
I'll say this. I found out you said "we the people," and you have a tattoo on your back that says "we the people." I think that's beautiful. That's so in line with the sentiment and everything you're representing right now. I think that might be the message. And I'll just throw this out to you. If you haven't, there actually is a third party that wasn't available during the election, but is new. And they're starting to get well known, and they're called We the People. It's a new party called We the People. And we've been working with some of the people running it, and they have a new approach to third party organizing. And it might be something you might want to look into. And we tell our viewers to look at We the People. If you go on Twitter, just go to the, We the People .org and find out about that, because they're mobilizing in every state right now, especially California and LA. So I'd be happy to talk to you more about that off the show at some point. But yeah, it's an option for people who are sick and tired of the two-party duopoly that keeps us in these camps. That is the problem, and I think you're nailing it. And unfortunately, it took your own personal experience to see it for yourself. But this, I think, is the silver lining, and we just need to get more people tuned into it, and without any regrets of what you've done up till now. I want to say that. I'm going to double down on that, because we all have that moment, that aha moment. We go, wait a minute, there's more going on here than we realize. And now is the time to build from there, not to regret what happened before. So we're with you 100%. Is there anything you want to leave us with to tell us anything more about what's going on with you, Brian? Before I let you go.
People to stand up. If you have that legal status, you have that protection, stand up for those that don't, speak for those that can't. And at the end of the day, we must stay united. We gotta stop thinking Democrats, stop thinking Republicans. It's we the people. We gotta unite as the people and fight as the people. Because at the end of the day, if we don't fight for this, we will lose it all, and we won't even notice that it's gone until it's too late.
Wise words. Wise words. Thank you so much, Brian, for coming on, and good luck with the rest of your fight. We got your back here on the Homeless Left. And where can people find you? Is there a social media we can plug?
I like to keep that personal. To be honest, I get messages every day. You know, just a lot of bad things. So I think.
I see. Man,
despite those bad messages I get daily because of the way I vote, just know I'm fighting for you. Even if you don't like me, I love you. Like we all have to unite, and that's my message. We must unite. We must stop thinking left, right. No, we are one, and we are one people. So there's no hate in my heart, man. God bless you guys. God bless America, and let's stay together, man.
Thank you so much. Brian GAVIDIA, everybody. Take care. Talk to you later. Whew. Intense story there, guys. We will certainly follow up with Brian on how things transpire. And like we were talking about, this is something that should be a learning moment for us all, a growing moment. And for God's sakes, guys, if you are harassing anybody in your friend circle right now, if you're harassing anyone online and saying, see, we were right, you were wrong, see what happened, Trump is a Nazi now, so haha, you suck, you voted for him. Would you cut it out, please? Would you just cut it out? That is not appropriate. It's not helpful, but it's not even accurate. That's the main thing. You were off the mark if you think it's about shaming people who wanted to hold the Democratic Party responsible for a shitty 4 years. And if you need a list from me of what went wrong in those 4 years, you got to go back and watch an old show, because it's going to take me too long to do that list. But if you just want the short answer, the war stuff alone, starting a genocide, starting a proxy war, just that alone, the Russia gating, the capturing of our democracy, the switch out with Kamala, depriving the Democrats of an election process, the censorship machine, the COVID protocol, which was complete shit. As you guys know, how many people suffered from that? The list is so long, and you guys think now there's a problem. Did you know that Biden and Obama deported more people than Trump did his first term? Did you know that in the same amount of time, in a 4-year period? This time is a little different. This time kind of changed somewhere around April, May, June, kind of changed. But up until now, Trump's first term, did you know that Obama on his best year deported double the amount of people Trump did on his best year in his first term? Did you know that? The media won't tell you that. The media won't tell you that. Trump had half as many. And we want to talk about who's racist, who's not. This isn't about the president being racist or not. This is about policy being implemented and what they can get away with, no matter who's in charge. I'm telling you guys, this is what it's about. And the reason they're able to do it now isn't because, and if you ask yourself, why is it that Trump is doing the ICE raids now? He wasn't doing them the first term. Oh, you might think he was, but he wasn't. It wasn't happening like this. Again, half the amount of people he deported than Obama did, and nobody told you that. So ask yourself the next logical question. What's the next logical question? If we're using critical thinking skills. Okay, given that information, why has Trump escalated with ICE raids, escalated military this time that he didn't do last time? The answer is not. I'm going to tell you what the answer is not. The answer is not that he became more racist since 2016, that he became more racist since 2020. That is not the answer. That is not the answer of a critical thinker. He's still the same narcissistic game show host that he was back then. Same guy. Why are there more ICE raids now? Because the technology is now available, and the contracting companies, Palantir is now available to align with this policy and implement a digital currency system. That's what it is. Digital IDs, surveillance, and locking down everybody in the country. That's what it's about. And it would have happened with Biden, Harris. It doesn't matter. Get the person, get the face for the job that's going to be the most effective. And this time around, you needed to convince the right. You needed to convince the right that this was necessary. That's why. That's why. Otherwise, he would have done it the first term. Otherwise, Biden would have done more of it. But Biden's job from 2020 to 2024 was to get the left on board with digital ID and surveillance, 24/7 supercomputer surveillance state. Why would the left go along with that? Because of medical records. Because of voter ID. Those are the two issues. You guys understand? COVID policy. Show us your medical records. They're public now. Get them on a digital ID. The right said, no, that's privacy invasion. Well, how do you get the right on board? Push immigration. That's how. That's how. Okay? Okay. So now that we understand the timeline and the technology, we should understand that Palantir is really the thing we need to look at. The war contracts are the things we need to look at. The AI technology, Ellison and his Oracle company is what we need to look at. And why we're able to have ICE go around from city to city, targeting people using a supercomputer stacked above the three-letter government agencies. Palantir is in charge. Make no mistake. They are above the CIA and FBI. They are calling the shots with the technology, and it trickles down to these agencies like ICE, who are literally using the same technology that they're using in Palestine to target little kids and murder them in the back of the head. Same technology. It's called Palantir. So let's get educated on why this is happening now. So we need to stand up and vote against all of it. That's the key. That's the point. Okay, guys. Had to get all that in there. Got to get that off. Okay. Okay. So let's do a few more comments, and then we will. I have one more segment for you guys. Actually, a couple. It's a Maha segment. Okay. Let's see here. We'll go back. We're going back to talking back with you guys. Okay. 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 Joker's for you. Yes, Kelly was a great guest. Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much. Hello, friends. Leslie on YouTube. Free Palestine. Hi, Leora. Very cool. And everybody's saying hi to each other. I love it. Hi, Pamela. Yes, Pamela Drew's on. Pamela Drew is on. Thank you so much, guys. Fred Edward, let TikTok be free. I don't have an account. Neither do we. But we rely on TikTok because we get stories shared through TikTok to Twitter. So this is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. We're going to lose out on a lot of ability to communicate. The TikTok is down. But yes, free TikTok, Fred. Thank you for that. Oh, from Facebook. Thank you. Jamila, thank you. So grateful for your research and sharing. Absolutely. We're grateful for you. We don't know. We don't have too many TikTok. We don't have too many, I'm sorry, Facebook engagement, because it's whatever. We don't care so much about Facebook, but thank you for being on Facebook. We appreciate it. Donald X San Francisco was conned by Mark Efferberg. I guess you probably left out the F there. That's probably what happened. His name is Mud here. Well, that's good to know. Because a lot of people assume about San Francisco that they're still lock, stop, 100% on board. with the whole, Zuckerberg Facebook stuff. But, it kind of makes sense because he did go over to the Trump side, and then, top down, you're told he's now a bad billionaire. But I assume that hopefully there's some people in San Francisco that were smart to it before the Democratic Party told you to hate him. Hopefully you figured out he was a bad guy before that, on your own. That would be cool if you figured it out on your own and didn't have to wait for the Democratic Party to tell you he was a bad guy. So I hope so. I have high hope. Hopefully. Handful of you, maybe. Okay. Oh, this is about the TikTok video. Longtime listener making fun of poor people for being evicted and saying that Jews control all the industry is about as anti-Semitism generating as possible. Isn't that interesting? That the TikTok influencers that Netanyahu met with, that the job is to go out there and stop anti-Semitism, yet the job instructions is literally doing the shit that they accuse people of doing, which is anti-Semitic. Isn't that interesting? You guys saw that video, right? The video of those influencers drinking their little shakes and wearing their headphones, walking down the street, the blonde chick and the African-American dude. And they were just like, oh, yeah, what's your problem? All you people out there, don't you know that the Jews are smart and they work hard? And why don't you stop bitching and whining about your stinking Muslims and how bad it is for them? And why don't you start working hard like Jews? That's literally what they say in the video, as they call it a fighting anti-Semitism video. It's actually hilarious. It's actually hilarious. Yeah, totally. Let's see what else we got here. Sean from Facebook. Hey, Sean, where are the warships that are supposed to protect them? Well, we saw that unfold, and yes, and we see Viva Spain. Spain was there. Yeah, so that it's a difficult thing. We hope we have some news on that. We hope somebody can tell us what's going on there on the flotilla, because they were just crossing the danger zone. Like literally right now, they might be crossing the danger zone right now. So somebody check on that for us, and we'll do an update if we see any news. And yes, Sean, thanks. It's Spain and Italy are sending the warships. So yeah, it's a great group. Great group. What's up, Jungle Jer? Thanks for tuning in. Awesome. Thank you for coming on Emergency Podcast. Been hounding me on Twitter. I must have missed the messages. I'll check again. But thank you for tuning in. To make it up, here I am joining the program. Thank you so much, the Emergency Podcast. Really appreciate it. And I'll check my Twitter messages and replies and see what's going on there. We're out there asking. Jamila is asking about the YouTube link. The YouTube link. Well, I don't have the link, but if you go there and just type in at THL Presents, after you do like youtube.com/@THL Presents. I think that's the official one. Because I don't have the link to actually share, but that's how you do it. Okay. Let's do a couple more, and then I'll run the rest of them at the end. But we do have one more segment to get to. We got some. I don't know if this is a bunch of these. I don't know why this is on here. You accidentally put a bunch of these on there, Simulu. I'm not sure if it's if you meant to do that, but you got about 4 of these on of Make America Christian Again. That's interesting. I don't know how much that's gonna fly. Because I think what we're trying to do is figure out how we can get religion and church out of each other's way. Religion and politics, church and state out of each other's way. I think that should be the objective, and we shouldn't be making America Christian again. We shouldn't be making Israel great again. We shouldn't be doing any of that. We should be separating church and state. But good luck on your campaign. I hope it works out. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'll do the rest of the comments at the end of the show. But we're gonna go ahead. 2-minute break, and then we will give you guys, we got some Maha updates for you guys, some big Maha updates. So we'll get to those in just a second. Thanks for tuning in. It's the Homeless Left. We'll be right back. Non-tribal approach to news. Okay, we're back. We're back, guys. And we have some updates for you. As you know, we've been off, technically off the air for 2 weeks. But while we were off, there's some stuff that went down and we didn't have a chance to cover it. And we're going to give you an update on that right now in the Maha arena. So, as you guys know, Trump and RFK Jr. announced recently about the ingredient in Tylenol that might be responsible and contribute to autism. What we know about this, if you look into more detail about it, you'll notice that the ingredient they're discussing is an ingredient in Tylenol which makes your body less able to fight against metals. That's what the ingredient does. It prohibits your body to have an immune system that's healthy in the regards to fighting against metals. So what would that have to do with autism? Well, that directly affects how your body responds to vaccines. Because as we know, there are metals in every vaccine that we know of. The childhood schedule, that's up to about 72 now for your kid to have 72 shots put into their arms. There's metal, there's aluminum, there's mercury. So your body, generally, we have good immune systems. Generally, we're born with immune systems that are supposed to fight off things like bad things that get in our body. So if there is an ingredient in Tylenol, we know too, might make that harder. What's going to happen? The metal might contaminate your little baby. It might lead to effects, health effects, possibly autism. So that's been on the table, guys. It's hard to explain. You see how it took me 2 minutes to explain that to you? Well, look what happens when RFK Jr. explains this, just like I did. We're not going to have it go his explanation. I want to show you guys, because that's basically the long and the short of it, what I just told you. That's it. That's the explanation. Here's how CNN responds to that news from the HSS Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Question is how parents feel who have autistic children off the back of this announcement? What's the talk?
So frustrated, so incredibly frustrated with this pronouncement that came out yesterday. Scientific organizations, universities, and now the World Health Organization saying that there is no credible science behind this pronouncement that somehow Tylenol can be linked to or as the cause of autism. Parents, particularly mothers, feel like we are caught in this endless web of conspiracy theories dating back to the 20th century, the refrigerator mom theory that somehow women caused their kids to have autism because they were cold, because they were not loving enough, because they weren't nurturing enough. And then there was the debunked vaccine theory. And now Tylenol, something that is prescribed or at least told to many women by doctors to take for fevers and for control of pain during pregnancy. Now to think that this possibly could be the cause of autism, it's just really frustrating, Max, to have all of these theories being thrown at women in particular.
Obviously, the science just doesn't add up here at all, doesn't it? Anyone rational looking at it and looking at the research would realize that there is no confirmed link. But are people...
Well, there is a confirmed link, and we'll get to that in a second. So this is just propaganda. But look, notice how the narration, and this is the theater, right? We talk about Shakespeare says all the world's a stage. This is the theater designed to get you to emote. You bring on this woman, this African-American woman who has the plights of the minority community and women fighting against injustice. And she's going to use her emotion to get you on board with a feeling, not science, but a feeling. And here's the feeling. Here's how far she'll go. We'll listen to his next question. Here's how far she will go to make you feel like what's happening right now is so bad that you need to do something about it. And we're going to get to what people did about it, which is absolutely disgusting. But watch how the theater works. Emoting, emotion. None of this is real. It's all theater.
People now being made to feel guilty for something that is just a hunch, really.
Absolutely. And the question, Max, is if there is no scientific evidence, if there's no credible evidence, why would our Health and Human Services Secretary, why would the Secretary of Health for the United States make such a statement? Yes, it causes women to blame themselves, to feel guilty. And while we are investigating what the causes of autism is, you notice, Max.
While we're investigating, how's that going, by the way? How's your investigation going? Is it going well? Are you almost to the bottom of it, like OJ's killers? Are you working on it? You're looking for the real killers? Yeah, let us know how that's going. But in the meantime, yeah, make us very, very afraid of someone who actually is looking into the cause of autism. But you don't want to know that that's the you don't want that to be the reason, right? That won't be good for donors of CNN and advertisers of CNN, wouldn't it? Nah, I didn't think so.
There's never any focus on, or rarely any focus on men. All the focus is always on what women do or what women didn't do. And this causes a level of pain, a level of frustration. And women are quite frankly tired. We are tired of being used as pawns by these health organizations.
Oh, this is bad, guys. This is really bad. Do you see what's going on here? Like, I'm sorry, but like, she's saying women are tired of taking responsibility for their pregnancies and what they put in their body. What? We don't want that burden. If any women listening to this, please back me up here. This has to be infuriating. She's telling you don't want the responsibility. You don't want to make decisions about what to eat, what not to eat, what to drink, what not to drink, how to tend to yourself and your body during this very sensitive and important time in your child's life. She's saying we're tired of it. We don't want to have self-accountability of what we ingest. It's not. When are the men gonna be held responsible? You see what they're doing? No, we see what you're doing. And it's absolutely disgusting, by the way.
there is no credible scientific evidence, which seems to be the case, then why are we being told that it's something we did as women that may be the cause of our kids' autism?
It's actually worse than what you did. It's actually what you were conned into doing. That's actually what it really is. And that's where the real blame goes. And that's what RFK Jr. always talks about. The people at the top conning everyone into whatever the thing is that's going to make pharma money, into 72 vaccines for your child, into COVID masks and lockdowns and COVID jabs, into any of these issues where it's top-down problem. Nobody's blaming people who were hoodwinked, who were brainwashed, who were scared and forced, not to mention mandated to do something they didn't want to do. What about that? Like you completely miss the boat on this, and that's on purpose. And we know that CNN is purposely missing the boat because this is their headline after the announcement. This is the announcement. They're saying that this link to autism during pregnancy, it's despite decades of evidence that it's safe. Now, those are just lies. Those are lies. How do I know this is a lie? Because CNN told us it's a lie back in 2021. Common painkillers should be investigated for possible risks to developing fetuses, experts say. They also told us back in 2017. Study links. I can't even pronounce it. I know Trump can't pronounce it. Who gives a shit? He can't pronounce it. Oh, ADHD, but experts question results. How about during pregnancy may increase risk of hyperactivity in kids? This is CNN. And look at all the other outlets telling us well before RFK Jr. was sworn in as HHS secretary. Look at them all telling us about Tylenol warnings. Well, maybe they were all wrong. Maybe CNN was wrong. Maybe all of these outlets are wrong. Well, what about Tylenol? What did Tylenol have to say? Are they wrong? Tylenol posted, oh my God. Tylenol posted in 2017, March 7th, 2017. We actually don't recommend using any of our products while pregnant. Thank you for taking the time to voice your concerns today. Wow. And after all that, what is the response to this announcement by RFK Jr. and Trump? Well, here's what a lot of these lefty, I would say, Trump derangement syndrome people are doing. And it's not a joke. This is not a joke. There's a lot of these that were going around in the last week. We've seen a bunch of these videos on Instagram, and they're not funny. They're not funny at all. Here's one example if you don't know what I'm talking about, but these are pregnant women posting on their social medias videos while pregnant downing Tylenol with a smug look on their face that they're doing it to spite RFK Jr. and Trump. Here's one of them. It's pretty jaw-droppingly disgusting that this is happening. And we're not blaming the pregnant women. We think that they are if this is not an example of total capture of brain and thought and ability to make good decisions for this is not just about who you're voting for now and who you're attacking online and who you're uninviting to Thanksgiving. This is about your own body. Again, just like putting an experimental jab in your arm. This is what they're doing to spite Trump and RFK. It's pretty bad.
28 weeks pregnant. You know what I'm going to take? Some Tylenol, acetaminophen. It's going to work like a charm, and my baby won't have autism.
Oh, that's so funny. Ha, ha, ha. Well, guess what happened? A lot of women got hurt from this in this last week. Here's one story that we heard. Just one story.
Need to have a serious talk, and this isn't going to be one of my funny videos because I don't think this shit is funny at all anymore, and you people need to cut it out. Cut it out. I just watched a video from Nicole Sorrento on her Instagram about a husband who contacted her at 4 a.m. this morning Do you know why? Because his wife, pregnant wife, who's 23 to 25 weeks pregnant, wanted to prove that Tylenol doesn't cause autism. Guess where she is? She's in a hospital on a ventilator with liver failure, and they said she's not going to survive. Okay? I'm angry. I'm so angry for someone to be that selfish towards their unborn child. And how stupid. Every single one of you who support this, you think it's funny, you're making videos. There's nothing cute, funny. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. I mean, to think that this is where we've gotten to, right? As a country, to think that people hate a man so much, not because they really have anything to hate him for, but because they're told, programmed to believe Orange Man bad, that you would go to these levels. You know, people joke and they say Trump derangement syndrome. Let me tell you something. I'm telling you, it's real. It should be labeled a real mental illness. Because I'm a mother of 3 sons. And I'm trying to put myself in the head of somebody who would do something so stupid and dangerous, knowing that they're carrying another life. I'm angry. I'm enraged. I have words. I'm at a loss for words. Stop. Listen, I'm praying for that woman and her child. I'm praying for her husband, for her family. Yeah. It's sad. It's really sad.
So I wanted you guys to see this whole video because I appreciate it. As emotional as this woman gets, and she takes her time explaining, she covers a lot there. I thought that was actually went to the doctor that she was referencing, and I saw her take when it initially happened, when the woman, it turned out, was on life support and was going to die. And she got the news, and she was like at her gym, like in the morning, and had to post it out. This is, the husband is like, I'm saying goodbye to my wife. She just took a bunch of Tylenol to spite this new autism reveal from RFK Jr. And this woman, I wanted to play this one instead because she actually takes her time to process the emotion. And she seems very angry at people doing this, but she's also talking about the mental problem of it. And I don't feel like she's got a mean bone in her body. I think what she's doing is trying to figure out what happened. How did we get to this place? We call it TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, but it's not really about Trump. It's, what is this thing that gets in our head that makes us do things for that tribe, for that team, to spite the other team? And we're willing to do anything to be right. We're willing to do anything to be right. And if I know anything about Maha moms, who this is clearly a Maha mom, clearly. If I know anything about Maha moms, and they're very similar to Bernie bros. We were the ones kind of challenging the system. We thought Bernie was the one that was doing it. And you know, we realized that he was also, it was also fake. It was fake. But we realized it because we weren't really hero worshiping. And I really believe Maha moms are not hero worshiping Trump. They actually aren't. They actually want accountability. And when Trump and RFK Jr. don't do the right thing, they hear about it. Just like when Bernie doesn't do the right thing, he hears about it from us. So these are people that actually want to use critical thinking skills, and they get angry and they get upset, but they're figuring out this is a mental diagnosis that we need to actually label as a real thing. It's a real mental diagnosis, and it doesn't have to be called Trump derangement syndrome. It could be called anything derangement syndrome. You know what it should be called? I got it. Hero derangement syndrome. No, wait, that would be the opposite. So the hero. Okay, I'll think of it. Maybe villain derangement syndrome. It's the opposite of your hero. The opposite of the hero, which is the villain. But there has to be. So it's not about Trump. This can happen to anyone who is so obsessed with their team and being right that they're told who the villain is, and anything they do is do the opposite, even if it means endangering yourself. That's what she's talking about. So it's a legitimate concern. I appreciate all of her emotion here and her ability to stay on point with the critical thinking skills as she's feeling these emotions. So kudos to this woman for doing that. But that's where we are now. Look, we can have fun with this too. I saw some memes going around. I mean, this was a fun one. Mom, did you ever take Tylenol when you were pregnant with me? No. Are you sure? Yes, you're just retarded. Kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, we're having a little fun. I saw this one. This is funny because I don't know if this is coming directly from a Democrat or coming from a woke right who knows that a lot of this is about not talking about Epstein. I think this was pretty interesting. Releasing the Epstein files causes autism, claims Trump. So wherever this came from, it is pretty funny because there is something about, we do understand how distractions work. And guys, why are we not talking about mRNA? I mean, for the love of God, we're talking about Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol when you're pregnant. Guess what? And Leslie will tell you, guess what? That's always been a thing, not to take Tylenol while you're pregnant. Case closed. It's not really a big deal. Isn't that funny? At the end of the day, it's not even a big effing deal. And we're making it such a big deal. Oh, it's not the fact that RFK Jr. has to make this big announcement as if we're moving the ball forward. We're not really doing anything. Duh. And then the left gets all distracted. Oh my God, can you believe what he said about Tylenol? Oh. And here we are. We're right back where we were. We haven't actually made any progress at all. That's the saddest part about all of it. We haven't actually made any progress. Just like Bernie's rallies. You get home from a rally and you go, yay, we accomplished so much. Nah, you didn't really. You got emotional, but nothing actually happened. So there we are. Do you know what did happen, though? Do you want to know what did happen while this was going on? While all this hoopla from CNN and the left and the right and the Tylenol, this and that. Do you know what was happening in California? Well, this was happening right here in California. And you know what? Nobody effing knew about it. We have to report on it 10 days later. Wall Street Apes got it. Governor Newsom signed a new law breaking from decades of federal CDC guidelines. The governor's new law gives California the power to set its own immunization schedules. Democrats are fully owned by Big Pharma. This allows California to ignore RFK Jr.'s recommendation. So all you guys in California, and I'm talking to you if you're on Facebook watching us right now, here in LA, if you are all upset about RFK, guess what? You got nothing to worry about because Newsom just bypassed everything. So guess what you get to have? You get to have your mandates again. You get to have everything you ever wanted. COVID mandates for everyone. Vaccine mandates for everyone. You want to hear it, right? You want to hear it from a local reporting? Here it is. This is what happened in California. So all you lefty, Maha haters, this should be good for you. Good news for you. Here it is.
Governor Gavin Newsom just signed a new law breaking from decades of federal CDC guidance. And 4 West Coast states, including California, have banded together. The West Coast Health Alliance is now issuing joint COVID-19, flu, and RSV recommendations. Many public health experts, like Dr. Peter Chin Hong with UCSF Health, are relieved.
I feel a little bit overjoyed, in fact, that because I was feeling so anxious about
all of what's happening, all of the turmoil, all of the assault that's happening on vaccines.
The governor's new law gives the Golden State the power to set its own immunization schedules. It also requires insurers to pay for any authorized vaccinations. This comes at a time when President Trump and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. have replaced top CDC officials. Federal health agencies say children and adults under 65 don't need a COVID shot. There's been a lot of confusion about vaccines because of changing guidelines.
It's understandable that people are confused and worried, but that's why California is doing what they're doing to make it very seamless.
Dr. Jake Scott is an infectious disease physician and clinical associate professor with the Stanford School of Medicine. He says the new law offers critical support for healthcare providers and patients.
This bill is really important as an important backstop to the dramatic changes that are taking place in the federal government.
Scott says patients' lives are at stake and they deserve care based on decades of research, not political appointees.
This law allows California's Department of Public Health to adopt the vaccine recommendations directly from established medical organizations without having to rely solely on CDC guidance. And that's very important for maintaining access to vaccines.
Many experts say what's happening with public health in California could offer others hope.
We hope that this will be a beacon for other states to follow suit in the future.
Well, there it is, guys. You got what you wanted. We're still a top blue state here. Shoot, I think we're having a little glitch. Hold on. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to come in and come out. Give me 1 second. Okay, are we back here? I think there might be a little sound glitch, but I think we're okay here. Hold on. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so that's what's happening in California. Now, look, as far as mandates go, they're not saying the word mandate in there. However, when you talk about having the availability, you can also talk about schools keeping mandates. When we know that schools in Florida are going to change that. They're changing that policy now. So if you care about having that choice, you might want to start picking up and moving like my brother did. Might want to start picking up your kids and moving to a state like Florida where you have the opportunity to make a choice. You're not going to have that choice in California. You're never going to have that choice in California. You're never going to have it. Pharma has captured this state. I think more than any other state is California is the most captured state. So when you have these, pandemics and state of emergency, did you know Newsom called a state of emergency in January, right before the fires, by the way, right before LA fires, he called a state of emergency for bird flu. I kid you not. It happened. So anytime you want to call an emergency, you can lock down, you can force vaccinations, but you can certainly do it year round in the school system. No one's going to stop that from happening. So recommendations equal mandatory happenings. That's how you get to mandates, is the forced recommendations. And they say, oh, we're just following. The school says, oh, we're just following the CDC. We're just following that's why RFK Jr. challenging that is making everybody go into a frenzy, because they're not going to be able to have that as their little scapegoat anymore to force on their employees, to force on the schools. You can't say, well, we're just going with the recommendation or the state the California recommendation, which they are going to do here because California gets to do this and a few other states on the West Coast as well. So that's what they're up to. That's what's going on. And nobody noticed that. If you did notice it, I would have seen more people cheering about it here in these little LA, lefty communities. I would have seen more. Yay, we don't have to worry about RFK Jr. because we have Newsom. Newsom's got our back. And he's going to make sure that we're going to shoot up our entire bodies and all of our kids with as much poison as we possibly want to. And you can't stop us. And we're going to keep downing Tylenol in the process. Okay. That's on that story. Let me see if I got anything. update on the flotilla before we do our last thing here. Update on the flotilla. What do we got? Oh, thank you, Jamila. Thank you. Turkey sent 2 more ships to help the flotilla. Very cool. Yeah, I'm not seeing it that they have arrived in that area yet. It said that was going to be any of these hours. They were supposed to arrive in the danger zone, as they call it, and then only a few hours more to get to the coast of Gaza, which is going to be incredible. But all of it seems to be happening today, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Okay, and we'll throw a few more of these comments up at the end. But let me do this real quick because we haven't done this in a while, and I want to just tag this on to the end of the show here. But you guys know what this is. We know what it's not. We got to cover you guys. We've been off for a little bit, so let's give you guys a little bit of what we've been missing out on in the area of doctors are baffled, but we have no idea what's going on. But you guys know the drill. Let's go. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They're trying to figure out why all these medical emergencies keep happening. Nobody seems to have the answer. But one thing they can tell us for absolute certainty, 100%, no questions asked, they can tell us we know what it's not. So let's look at a couple of familiar faces. Something's happening here, and it's not good. Let's start with our good old friend Dolly Parton. World News Tonight reports country music legend Dolly Parton announced that she's postponing her upcoming Vegas residency due to health concerns. Parton shared that her doctors say she must undergo a few procedures. Well, let's see what the report. Let's look at the report. Here it is.
Who's now 79, announced a Las Vegas residency, but tonight revealing she's postponing it until next September, a year from now. Writing, I've been dealing with some health challenges and my doctors tell me that I must have a few procedures. As I joke with them, it must be time for my 100,000-mile checkup. In all seriousness, given this, I'm not going to be able to rehearse and put together the show that I want you to see and the show that you deserve to see. And don't worry about me quitting the business because God hasn't said anything about stopping yet. But I believe he is telling me to slow down right now so I can be ready for more big adventures with all of you.
So God isn't telling her to slow down. That's good news. I guess she listens to God's advice regularly. Dolly, did God tell you about this? Was this instructions from God as well? According to People, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit early last year, now this is from 2021, Dolly Parton wanted to help. So she decided after her phone conference with God, who advised her, she decided to donate $1 million to Vanderbilt University Medical Center, and that money went into the development of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine, one of 3 groundbreaking vaccines now in use in the U.S. This is in 2021 when it was all the rage. Everyone wanted to get it, right? You remember? Everyone wanted to get it. So when the pandemic came out, I just felt like, I wanted to do something because I knew something was bad in the rise, and I just wanted to kind of help, So I kind of donated, some of my my cash, and that's what she told UK's Absolute Radio in that interview. Country music legend said she played just a small part in the development of Moderna vaccine, which is shown, make no mistake, it is shown to be highly effective in preventing severe illness or death from COVID-19, even though you can't show us any data that shows if you didn't get it that you would have severe illness and die, because there's absolutely no stats on that. So that's weird, right? Where are the stats of the unvaccinated dying? I was told they were going to die in droves. I guess that didn't actually happen. Still waiting for an apology on that one, but that's never coming, as you guys well know. So I guess it was the donation I don't know if it's a secret investment or how you write it off on your taxes. She probably was able to write it off on taxes, but probably has some stake in it as well. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I haven't seen Dolly Parton's tax records, but with a $100 million, let's just call it an investment, because she invested in this product that got out to people. And if she's saying that she only played a small part, well, I disagree, Dolly. I think you played a pretty big part in getting the Moderna vaccine out to a lot of people, because you didn't just give the money, you made a little video about it. Let's check it out.
Me, I'm finally going to get my vaccine. I'm so excited. I've been waiting a while. I'm old enough to get it, and I'm smart enough to get it. So I'm very happy that I'm going to get my Moderna shot today. And I wanted to tell everybody, I think you should get out there and do it too. I even changed one of my songs to fit the occasion. It goes, vaccine, 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 vaccine. I'm begging of you, please don't hesitate. Vaccine, 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 vaccine. Because once you're dead, then that's a bit too late.
Oh, that's funny. Do you hear that? She laughed at people dying for not doing it. That's not, I don't know how funny that is, but she seemed to be smiling. And of course, this is her $1 million at use. Of course, they wanted her to make the video. That's how it works. I'm sure she has some stock in this thing. I'm sure she made a few bucks. I'm just guessing, but come on, it's not just it's a $1 million write-off. But come on, you got something else out of it too. So they made you make this video. You wanted to. You changed the words to your song, laughing about people not getting the vax, and then you did it. And then you did yours on camera.
Think you got it?
I got it.
Okay. I didn't hurt. Just stung a little bit, but that was from the alcohol pad, I think.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's right, doctor. The sting was from the alcohol. The pricking of the needle, it was zero effect on my skin. I just want everyone to know it was absolutely perfect. Everything went perfectly well, and that's it. Okay, Dolly. Well, you're going to be off according to God. He told you needed to take a year off. Did he? I'm wondering if he told you this back when he told you to invest $1 million in Moderna and tell everybody that if they die, it's funny, because they decided not to do what you did on camera. So no, I don't think you played a small role. I think you played a big role in influencing people, and I think you have a lot to account for, because the health problems you're experiencing right now align with the side effects that we were forced Pfizer to release, which is the same product as Moderna. We forced them through a judge in a court, forced them to release the side effects that they were trying to keep hidden for 75 years. I wonder if that concerned you when you found out about that. The side effects of the thing you just did on camera back in 2021, which you think you played a small role in, I think you played a larger role in. And then, of course, your song and all that stuff. Okay. So good luck, Dolly, on your recovery of whatever these medical procedures that you said you have to have. You aren't being clear about it. Hopefully you get through them, and the year off will pay off, and we'll see you back. A lot of people think we're never going to see you on stage again. That's the word. That's what's going on Twitter right now. They're saying, hey, I ain't going to see Dolly again on stage. We'll see. We'll see. But keep checking in with God, and he'll tell you the next thing to do. So that's cool. Good for you. One other we wanted to cover. You guys remember this guy? You guys remember Usain Bolt? You remember this guy, Usain Bolt? I get out of breath. Now, this is from The Guardian. I get out of breath walking up the stairs these days, admits Usain Bolt. Yeah. Wow. He gets out of breath walking up the stairs. That sucks. Let's look a little further. What's going on here? From sudden and unexpected, COVID vaccine promoter Usain Bolt, 39. I get out of breath walking up the stairs. Olympic icon Usain Bolt's shock revelation. Bolt has stunningly revealed he huffs and puffs when he climbs a flight of stairs. The Jamaican sprinting legend, the fastest human in living history, won a litany of titles during his career, including 8 Olympic gold medals and 11 world titles. Well, just because sudden and unexpected tells us that Bolt was a COVID vaccine promoter doesn't mean he really was. We can't know what it, because you guys know our medical records are private and what we do is very private, and we can't possibly know what he did in his private life, the treatments he underwent, the experimental gene therapy treatments he might or might not have undertaken. How could we possibly know this? Oh, well, this kind of says it. This kind of says it. Look at that. Sponsored by the WHO. WHO got this guy good, didn't they? Didn't they? Hashtag get vax. Usain Bolt says vaccines keep you healthy at every age. Is he talking about infants to 6 months-year-olds? Yeah, I think that's what every age means. 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. Yeah, he's going all in. Every age. Wow. There it is. Go for the gold. Go for the puffing and puffing as you go up the stairs. There's a gold medal for you waiting at the top of the stairs, Usain Bolt. A gold medal waiting. Aaron Elizabeth Health Nut News. How incredibly tragic is it to see an Olympic icon who's a sprinting legend not be able to walk up a short flight of stairs without being completely out of breath? Bolt promoted the very COVID shots that he got, and afterwards is not even able to do simple tasks. And it is really sad. It really is. And we should be more concerned about it. We should be more concerned about it. Well, Matt, you just gave us 2 examples of people who they get old, man. They, Dolly Parton's getting up there. Usain Bolt, he's 39. That's really old. That's not, and what do you want him to keep running and breaking records at 39? No, I don't think anyone's saying that. But how many of these do we have to do? Can we show you? Do we have to show you the we don't know what happened, a medical emergency, died suddenly? Do we have to show you? I'll show you a few of those. Just random. I wonder how many we have to show you before you go, maybe we should look into it. There's never enough. Some people, there's never, you show them 1, obviously that's not enough. 4 is not enough. 4 a week isn't enough. Well, you're just picky. You're just cherry picking. Okay. You can call it what you want, but these are real stories. These are real people. And we don't have answers because that's the way the system's designed, is not to give us answer. They're not looking into it, guys. They're not looking into it. They're looking into anything else except the thing that they're not supposed to look into. Here's a few for you. Influencer Paula Caldera, dead at 30 after documenting leukemia battle online. Influencer Paula Caldera has died following a battle with leukemia. She was 30 years old. Today we bid farewell to a being who illuminated our lives with his strength, his love, her wisdom. That's weird. I think they meant her strength, her love, and her wisdom, even in the most difficult moments. In September of 2024, holy crap, that was 1 year ago. 1 year. Caldera revealed that she was recently diagnosed with acute lymphoid leukemia and immediately started to fight and try to overcome the illness. Notice how it's not rapid anymore. That's normal. I guess that's normal to get it and die a year later. Not rapid. Not unique. I think that's really the thing here, guys. It's not unique anymore for a 30-year-old to have this. Is normal now. According to the Mayo Clinic, acute lymphoid leukemia is a rapidly progressing type of cancer that targets the blood and bone marrow, producing immature or non-functional blood cells. Wow. The article goes on, and you know what they don't mention. Of course you know what they don't mention. We won't even talk about that. We just accept this as the new normal. My wife went to bed after a night shift and never woke up. That's the wife. That's the husband. This is really sad. This is from BBC. Ruby from Bately worked as a detective for West Yorkshire Police. In 2023, she went to bed after a night shift and never woke up. We were just a normal family with our whole lives ahead of us. When I walked out to work that day, her husband, Dale, recalls, to live through the moment when your entire life and everything you've built just disappears in front of your eyes, there are no words. Ruby, who had 2 young children, died from a condition called sudden arrhythmic death syndrome. She had never been diagnosed and had no symptoms. One more for you. This one's got to hurt. This is from Egypt. Irish Star reported that a groom dies suddenly during wedding reception while dancing with bride. Whoa. Oh boy, a groom tragically collapsed and died during his wedding reception in Egypt, with the horrifying moment caught on video as he danced with his bride. We're not going to show you the video, guys. We're not going to do it. It's pretty bad. But you can look it up. The guy's name was Asraf Abu Hakim. He was 28 years old. He was holding his bride's hand when he suddenly fell to the floor. Despite guests rushing to his aid, they were unable to revive him. Doctors later confirmed that he had suffered a fatal heart attack. According to the Daily Express UK, Hakam can be seen waving a pole around his head as others watch before continuing to dance with his bride. Suddenly, he collapses, turning the joyous atmosphere into one of shock and grief. Abu Hakam collapsed to the floor within minutes of hitting the dance floor with his new wife. The local authorities have confirmed that he died of natural causes, saying it was cardiac arrest. And I think any one of us can try. We can try to imagine what it would be like being at a wedding, being a guest at a wedding where something like this happens. This is just as a guest. Just as a guest, it would probably be the most scarring thing you could possibly imagine. I don't even want to pretend to understand what that would be like for immediate family, let alone the husband or the bride involved in something like this. But there's no explanation except natural causes. And that's that. That's that. What are you going to do? I'm sure doctors are looking into it. I'm sure they're all gathering around trying to figure out what this is. What do all these people have in common? They're looking into their medical records. They're seeing what they possibly could have put in their bodies that is similar how, by the way, cigarette companies were forced to have to look at who was getting lung cancer, how many packs a day they were smoking, so they could tell family members your family member got cancer because of a product they were using. I'm sure they're doing the same thing here. They're looking into it. But they're not looking into that product. They're looking into maybe other products, who knows what else. But they're on it. And the rest of us have to kind of sit here patiently. And don't you dare bring up that thing you're not supposed to say. Don't you dare bring that up, you anti-sciencer. How dare you? You keep your mouth shut about the thing we forced everyone to do. You keep your mouth shut about that. That has nothing to do with it. And that's that. So, doctors will continue to be baffled. They'll continue to look into it. And as we all sit here scratching our heads, trying to figure out what happened to the bride, what happened to the husband or the wife, what happened to the perfectly healthy athlete, we'll be forced to scratch our heads forever. But they will tell us, make no mistake about this, they will tell us one thing we do know for certain. We know what it's not. All right, that should wrap up the show for today, guys. Oh, shoot. Yes, we went 4.5 hours today. Wow. Great. What a great comeback show. Guys, thanks for being part of this one today. Let me see here because we're gonna outro this out here in just a moment. Maybe I'll try and throw up a couple more comments here. But let me make sure I got the outro ready to go. Okay. Good. We covered a lot of stuff today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and being part of the Homeless Left today. You guys know where you can find us, right? You guys know where you can follow us. We'll be uploading these segments throughout the week. We have another show planned on Thursday. I'll get to that in a second. Let me just make sure we don't have any. I'll throw most of these up here. Let's see. We'll do a couple more of these. Yeah, just a couple more of these. We'll throw them up at the end. Oh, Mouse SF. Thanks for tuning in. I will never put that mRNA shit in my body. Good call, Mouse. Good call. We agree with you on that 100%. Yep. And that's that. Okay. Let's go ahead and I just want to thank our guests today. We had a great conversation today with Kelly Lane. You guys can go back and watch that when we'll upload it, or you can watch it on the live replay. We also talked with Brian GAVIDIA about the ICE raids that were happening here in LA. Great conversation. Thanks to both of them for being on the show today, and to all of you guys on all of our channels. Keep it real, guys. Remember, we always go at the world with the same principles, right? It's having principle, it's having courage, and it's having conviction. Keep that in mind when you go out in the world with your non-tribal heads at play, right? Our critical thinking skills in play. Those tribal goggles, take them off. Don't put them back on, whatever you do. That's what we have to do. We have to keep reminding ourselves from day to day, week to week. And we'll see you back here for some more non-tribal approach to news. The Homeless Left will be back on Thursday with Jay Scott, and John Klychek will be back with us as well. So we'll have some great conversations to look forward to there. And let's go ahead and leave you with there's a nurse that has something to say to you. And I like this. This is about the Tylenol thing, but it's more about, forget the politics. This is just about being good people. She's talking to the women, any women out there that were fooled by that CNN crap. This nurse knows what she's doing, and she's going to tell you non-politically, just as a human being, woman to woman, what you should already know about your bodies. Take it away, nurse. And we'll see you guys next time on the Homeless Left. And that's it, guys. Remember, power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
As a mother of a child with special needs, I want to address a couple things. Number one, to the women who are pregnant out there chewing Tylenol like it's candy, something is seriously wrong with you. You think that doing that, you're going to stick it to the man? Where was the same outrage on honey and lunch meat and alcohol? Okay, don't you avoid certain things when you're pregnant already? So you overdosing on Tylenol to prove some point there is something mentally wrong with you and you need a well check. Number two, to the people out there who are saying, I love my child just as they are. Of course we do. Our children are so perfect, right? They're made in God's image. They're make us better parents because of their disabilities. I 100% believe that. But if you think for 1 second that a parent of a child with special needs wouldn't take that from their child in a split second, you're lying to yourself, and you are trying to out-virtue the Tylenol eating lunatic. It's as if your child had cancer. Of course they're perfect just they are. Wouldn't you take that from them? Yes. So as a mother with special needs, if I could take my son's disabilities and fix them or improve them or whatever, I would do it at any cost. At any cost. Number three, to the people out there who are like, I stand with the mothers, it's not your fault. We know it's not our fault, right? We are doing the best we can as parents, except the girl who's chewing Tylenol, that's your fault. But of course we're doing the best we can. We know it's not our fault, but we want answers, and we want to feel vindicated, and we want to feel heard, and we want to know how can we avoid this? How can other people avoid this, right? We also want, we just want clarity, okay? We literally just want clarity, because I have laid at night wondering, was it the way he was born, like he had a traumatic birth. Maybe that was it. Maybe it's something I did during pregnancy. Maybe it's genetic. I don't know. We just want answer. Maybe it was the vaccines. Maybe it was Tylenol because we didn't know any better. There's nothing wrong with asking those questions. And to be made feel like A, you're insane, B, you're a villain, is such gaslighting. It's incredible. And some of you guys have so much pride and have doubled down. You just can't see straight. And you're acting an absolute fool. And you have no room to stand and no room to say anything. And it's like you're trying to out-virtue your insane neighbor who's popping Tylenol like they're chiclets, okay?